Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Scio Township Planning Commission meeting of May 22nd, 2023. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So while we're waiting for Commissioner Chang, who I think is joining us, we'll have Commissioner Hyde act as secretary. If you could please call the roll.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Commissioner Sharma.
Present.
Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Hume.
Present.
Present. Commissioner Reiser.
Present.
Chairwoman Coles.
Present. A quorum. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to add to or revise the agenda as posted?
Move to adopt the agenda as posted. Support.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Hyde and supported by Commissioner Moore to adopt the agenda as posted. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is adopted. Communications and correspondence. I want to note that we did receive an email that's in the upload from Roger Rail and a letter from Margaret Engel, which did not make the, it came in after 4, so it'll be uploaded tomorrow, but it was forwarded to all planning commissioners. Any other correspondence that anyone would like to note? All right. There are no presentations by the Planning Commission, so we're going to move to public comment. People wishing to address the Planning Commission on matters which are not on the public hearing portion of the agenda, and that would be the conditional use for Best Friends Pet Care. That is the only public hearing this evening. So if you want to address the Planning Commission on any other matter, this public comment time is your opportunity to do so. Oral presentation shall be limited to 3 minutes, except a representative or spokesperson of an organization shall have 5 minutes to address the commission. So with that, I'll open public comment at 7:05. Is there anyone present in the room who would like to address the Planning Commission in public comment? Right. We'll turn to folks online.
Thank you. We do have we do have some hands up online. First hand up that I see is Marty Mayo. So Marty Mayo, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Marty Mayo. I live in Scio Township. I live in Loch Alpine, in fact. So I would like to speak to the issue, the Knights of Columbus issue. I was very surprised to see that it came up so quickly, not fully expecting to have it. And I've read with great interest the reports by Carlisle Wortman, Douglas one, about what they see. And I have a number of issues that I'd like to mention, which I'd just like to bring to your attention. First of all, an important but less obvious one is that the parallel plan by which the density of this project, which supports the density of this project, could not be built actually. So it is not a realistic parallel plan because it must use land in the northeast corner of the plot. And that area has severe soil limitations and would not be able to be built on. Second, I would like to mention the elephant in the room, please. The dioxane plume. As I understood it, the hydrological study was supposed to be done before the client came back to the planning commission. This hydrologic study has not been done. There is apparently a comprehensive plan, but the actual study has not been done. And the planning commission has to decide when it gets done, whether it would be completed before the preliminary PUD is approved or during the final PUD approval. It is my belief that the planning commission should demand that this hydrological study is completed before the PUD, before the preliminary PUD, because it involves a lot of engineering, and you want to know that this community sewer system can function. And if there is something that comes up in the hydrological study, we want to know about it. And I think that the client would just as soon not go to all the trouble of developing engineering plans for the community sewer system if they're going to be denied anyway. And I would mention Roger Rail's comments. I read those. They are very cogent. Roger Rail is the real expert in this area, and I recommend you all read it. And he also recommends that the hydrological study be completed before the planning commission moves ahead. Another issue which came up was the road plan, interior road plan within the development. And it is planning on having parallel parking on this interior road. However, with parallel parking allowed, the road will not meet the requirements for a Class A road. And that strikes me as a rather bad thing. And it brings up the issue of deviations from the requirements that Scio Township has. And it seems to me there are a lot of special deviations that are being requested by this client. Among
Ms.
others.
Mayo, will you finish up? The 3 minutes is up, so I just ask you to kind of finish up your comment.
Okay, I think
Thank
there
you.
are a lot of deviations, and I think that any plan that requires this many deviations ought to be rejected, in my opinion. And then a final one that, as I understand it, the community wastewater facility is planned to be put in a bioreserve area of Scio. I don't see how that is going to be for the welfare of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Rita. So Rita, you have the floor. But you have to unmute yourself. Yeah, so we'll move on. Rita, if you come back and we will we'll call on you again, but raise your hand again. So we're moving on to James Diamore. So James, you have the floor.
Thank you, members of commission. Can you hear me? Point of order.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for letting me speak before you tonight. I speak to you. I admit I do not live in Scio Township. I live in the adjoining community known as Ann Arbor. I speak to you as a fellow former planning commissioner, and I have a little bit of familiarity with Mr. Heisler and Norfolk Homes and the values that they represent. And I think I look at Scio Township and the values that your community represents, and I see some disparity. But on to the point at hand, I agree with the previous speaker. I do have some concerns, and I'm looking over the PUD plan before you tonight. It sounds like these people want a decision from you. I'm only speculating on their part, but you need to respect the natural features. There are 5 units that are near some sensitive trees. Not that that's a value for Norfolk, but that's something that you have insisted on. And also having the ground, the sewer facility near the BIOS trail, that seems kind of counterintuitive to me. I think these are very problematic. But most importantly, yes, to speak of the 800-pound gorilla in the room, I'm familiar with Roger Rail, and I sit on the CARD organization. And I'm very familiar with the issues regarding the Gelman plume. And even if should you approve this development throughout you're doing your work on this, there still is the issue of possible vapor intrusion into these homes when you haven't completed your hydrological study. There's so many reasons to deny this project, and I just don't see this project as representing the values of the community. And most importantly, I can't undersell enough the importance of doing your diligence regarding the Gelman plume. I would say deny this project outright if these people are looking for up and down. You have the grounds in which to do so, and short of that, postpone it until you can get a hydrological study done. And for that, I won't keep you any further, and thank you for considering my remarks. You have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, the next up is Kathleen Brandt. Kathleen, you have the floor.
Hello, Kathleen Brandt, a Scio resident. I want to make some general comments, questions about the zoning for the KFC property. It's zoned recreational conservation. The permitted uses are public or private forests, preserves, etc., public or private conservation, etc. Number 3, farms, etc. Number 4, raising or growing of plants. Number 5, accessory uses. It does list conditional uses as single family dwellings. I do not understand how this is not being considered as a conditional use if the PUD is denied, as if the parallel plan is a slam dunk. If somebody could explain to me why this conditional use does not require approval by the Planning Commission, I certainly do not understand it if you do not agree with the PUD. Now, considering the PUD, the developer, I believe, although you're lacking documents here, their request is to tie in public water via a conduit under I-94. Now, let's be realistic. That is not a public benefit. The public being the community of Scio Township. That strictly is a benefit for the developer. So I don't think that meets the requirements for a PUD. Now, I just mentioned that documents are not available. This is really problematic and a very strong concern of mine. These are OMA violations. You do not include in the packet full reference to the responses that the developer's consultant provides. We can't reference what these documents are when they cite a plan, a page number, an article. Those are not included in the document, or rather in the agenda packet. That is a serious problem. The public cannot see what the developer is suggesting. That's an OMA violation. I'm going to follow that with, at the last meeting, I asked politely for a copy of the proposed PUD language changes. That has not been provided. It is not in prior packets. Commissioner Hyde also noted that was not in the packet. So you really need to give these materials to the public. We need to be able to review this. This is unacceptable. Thank you. I'd appreciate again that you provide these materials to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan. Jonathan, you have the floor.
Hi, Jonathan Greenberg, 6089 Green Mountain Circle, Scio resident, 30 plus. Hey, I cannot say things as eloquent as the former speakers this evening. KFC should be rejected out of hand, primarily due to the reasons cited earlier around septic and odor, benefiting public. There's so many reasons that you have in your hands right now to reject this completely and without much discussion, that I hope that you follow that path tonight. And thank you for listening to me. Have a great night.
All right, we have Rita Thorne is back. So Rita, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good, okay. I just really want to echo some of the things I've heard in regards to Roger Rail's comments about, this really is the elephant in the room. Well, the elephant in the room is the Gelman plume, but Scio is the room. And I really think that, the Planning Commission has acted diligently in trying to make sure that we're going into this, we're approaching all of this, we're answering to it in a way that's responsible. And I would urge them to just deny this, anything going on tonight. I think that we need to stick with what we're doing. This Planning Commission is, it's a group of people that are working really hard. They're here for a minute. And of course, there will be a new Planning Commission in 10 years. This problem has been going on for over 30 years. Roger Rail has been at the helm for probably 30 years or more. I really think that respecting the things that are going on with all these people that are trying to work us through this, I just think it would be so disrespectful to just move forward with whatever this developer is asking for. There are things that the board asked required from them, and I just don't think that Scio Township should just roll over and move forward with this. I really feel strongly about that. And thanks for all your hard work, guys. Thanks a lot. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Margaret Engel. Margaret, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I wanted to start by talking just a minute about process, because I was really kind of floored. I got an email in the middle of the night, I think Friday night, and saying that this was back on the agenda. And I just think it's extremely unfair that the residents of Scio are the last to know about these major deals cooking behind the scenes. And that we get, in essence, just a day or two to organize our response to this proposition. And frankly, I'm astonished that so many people have spoken tonight, and Roger Rail put together that wonderful email. I think, given the fact that we barely had any notice, I think that's a pretty good response. But I think there would be a heck of a lot more response if we'd had 10 days to organize, which I think we should have had. There was a long period of inactivity in this proposal. There was 13 months between these plans that were presented, and there was nothing happened. I've been keeping tabs on this. Nothing was happening for a long time. We really should have had a public notice before this meeting. And I also don't understand why this is being put back on the agenda when the developers did not even fulfill the most important conditions set by the commission, namely to provide the hydrologic study. I don't understand that. They were supposed to do that before they could come back. And this doesn't seem to be required anymore. I just don't understand how that protects the residents of Scio. So I hope we can take a minute sometime and later and fix the process. But beyond that, I think you know where I stand. There's no getting around the Gelman problem. There's a risk that they will exacerbate the plume with the proposed sewer system in the building. Maybe it's just a small risk, but is it worth it? Do you really think it's fair and just to risk other people's health and homes? And is there even an awareness of the nature of this problem? One of the previous speakers talked about vapor into the basements, which is really interesting new research. I'm sure Mr. Hall and Mr. Reiser know about this because they talk about it at CAR. It's excellent research, but this stuff can seep into the basement and people can inhale it. So is there an awareness of that? Will the residents of this proposed development be protected from that? And aside from that, there's the road issue. And this stretch of road will not accommodate this amount of traffic safely. And as I said in my letter, there was just another accident last night, 50 feet from the entrance to this proposed development. And thankfully, no one appeared to be hurt, but there have been fatal accidents here, more than one. And throwing another, I think it's 470 car trips a day into this narrow stretch of road between two blind curves, this is a terrible idea. And
Thank you, Margaret. The time has expired. If you could wrap up, please.
okay, I want to say that I think this is an opportunity. I have a lot more to say, but I think that this is an opportunity to think about Scio's future. And when we have Ann Arbor at our eastern edge on our doorstep, rapidly expanding, Scio or Stadium Boulevard is going to be developed. We need to think about the Greenbelt. We need to think about retaining the rural character that we've all talked about. And we need to let the city be the city. That's great. But let Scio nurture its own special character and not build on every square inch and go into this density frenzy.
Okay, thank you very much.
This site lacks essential infrastructure and it has much too high density, and it's wrong for Scio.
Thank you. All right, just a reminder, we are keeping a 3-minute timer. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Pam Boyd. Pam, you have.
Thank you. Good evening, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. 2 points. One, if any commissioner has not yet read Roger's email, this commission should take the time to read it before voting on anything having to do with KFC. Roger is the expert on all things Gelman. 2, as part owner of a real estate company, well-educated realtors disclose to buyers the issues of buying in the Gelman Plume area. I can tell you that all of our clients will be told about the problems and the unknowns so that they can make an informed decision. And so far, our buyers who have been buying in a sensitive area, if you will, have chosen to move on to another home to put an offer in on. So just because you put you allow homes to go there, it's not necessarily a good idea. Thank you. I'm against the KFC property. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more hand up, and that is Mr. Rob Pattinson. Rob, you have the floor.
Thank you, Rob Pattinson, Scio Township. I've got some questions. This response from the developer writes as if the water main is a done deal. So who approved the DDA Jackson Overlay District water main under I-94 going into the UFC or the KFC property? What meeting was this discussed at, and what is the date of approval? Also, one of the conditions the Planning Commission put forward was the applicant shall clarify if the proposed units will be fire suppressed. And in their answer, they basically said maybe, and that's not a good enough answer. In response to the Carlisle Wortman items, item 5, Carlisle Wortman says, verify septic suitability of development area. And in their answer, the applicant looks for precedent of other projects. And Doug has said previously that in each PUD is unique and not necessarily precedent setting. But here we have a proposal, and the first thing they do is they look for a precedent in previous PUDs. So we need to be very careful about setting precedents. And Scio Township has no business approving any septic systems until there is an expert involved for Scio Township, on behalf of Scio Township. And I would also go further and say, I believe you need to set up a septic system policy, a sewer system policy, before you approve any new developments. The applicant responded to Carlisle Wortman item number 7. And in the table of all of the deviants from the normal zoning, the minimum lot area is 7,800 square feet. An acre is, I think, 43,000 square feet. So this is less than a fifth of an acre per unit. And they talk about, in the application, they talk about, well, it's 47 units on 47 acres. So it's 1 unit per acre. But with all the road and infrastructure aspect of it, it's really 1 unit per an average of 8,270 square feet with a minimum of 7,800 square feet. And item 12. They asked about a second entry into the property. And the applicant ignores this item and puts the responsibility for it on the fire department. Says that the township really means it. They will finally consider the second entry. In other words, unless you push back on them, they're going to leave it at 1 entry. And that single entry is still in the most dangerous possible position for this property. And they didn't bother to move it despite all of the resistance to it. And for Commissioners Human and Reiser, I invite you to go back and look at last year's proposals for the KFC property. This was before your time. We've got them posted on the Scio Community News YouTube channel, and look at the minutes and the videos of those proposals. And you'll see there were a lot of people who talked about the problems with this proposal. And there was a lot of discussion on the Planning Commission. And this proposal is just rife with problems, and basically wait for a while and figured they could sneak it back in and maybe get approval with this new group. So you have to be very careful with this one. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rob.
At this time, there are no additional hands up for public comment.
Move to close public comments.
Motion by Commissioner Moore, support by Commissioner Reiser. Any further discussion? All those in favor for closing public comment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, public comment is closed at 7:31.
Could I
Yes.
get clarification? Proposed by Commissioner Moore.
Moore and Reiser. I know there were 2.
Slow.
That's fine. All right. Next on the agenda is our scheduled public hearing for this evening. And this is for a conditional use, 23007, Best Friends Pet Care, Commercial Kennel. And just so folks know what the course of the public hearing, we ask the applicant to come forward, please sign in. We'll have a presentation by the applicant, then Any questions of fact by the commissioners, then go to Carlisle Wortman's report. I don't think we have OHM on that one. And then questions of fact by the commissioners, and then we open to the public who are in the room and then online. So with that, I'll open our public hearing for conditional use 23007 at 7:32. If the applicant would come forward and sign in, please. This is for Best Friends Pet Care. Is there someone present who's going to speak on behalf of Best Friends Pet Care? Apparently not. All right. Well, we have.
Yeah, and I don't see anybody online that, none of the applicants are online, but if you're online and you're from Best Friends Pet Care, please raise your hand so we can. I don't think there's anyone online. I'll recognize any name, so.
Okay, then we'll move forward with Carlisle Wortman's report.
Okay. So since there's a public hearing for this tonight, I think we can go ahead with the public hearing, even if the applicant's not here. And if there are any questions that could only be answered by the applicant, perhaps the best course of action would be to postpone action on this until the applicant can be in front of us. But since we've got this scheduled, I think we can go ahead with the public hearing. So this is a conditional use hearing for what the zoning ordinance defines as a commercial kennel. It just so happens to be within the Meyer store on Jackson's Eve in one of their retail spaces that they rent out. Commercial kennels are permitted only as a conditional use or special land use in the C2 zoning district. So even though it's only one little tenant space, they still have to go through the conditional use process. So that's what they have come before us this evening for. They will occupy one of the tennis spaces inside the Myers store. I really want to say Meyer 30 acres, but I know they don't call it that anymore. In the Myers store to use what they're calling grooming and doggy daycare. So as you can see from our report, we go through some of the typical issues we do for conditional land use, things like surrounding properties, what the zoning around the property, what are the land uses. Of course, if you're familiar with Myers, it's primarily commercial, office, and industrial located around the Meyer facility. Directly south of the Meyer building, however, is a multifamily residential project. But otherwise, this is in a commercial, non-residential part of the township. The master plan calls for the site to be mixed-use commercial. So a use like a kennel certainly would be considered within this area. It is planned and zoned commercial. There are no significant natural features on site other than the trees that were planted as part of the site plans that have occurred over time in and around the Meyer building. No issue with essential facilities and services. Again, it's an internal rented space. There's no new car reviews or water or sewage usage that would be above and beyond what's already there. Same with traffic. We wouldn't anticipate this to be a huge traffic generator. We already had the Myers store and all of the developments that surround Myers. So then we get into the conditional land use standards. Generally speaking, the conditional land use standards are established to help determine if this use will have a negative impact on the township, the surrounding neighbors, the property. There's a series of questions that try to help determine that. We generally believe that this project won't have a negative impact on the township or the surrounding properties. However, we did not get in the application package a kind of a project narrative. Typically, we get a project narrative from an applicant that addresses some of the more details of their plan and how they're going to work, like how many animals will they have at any one time, how many employees will they have, things like that. There's no variances requested or required. There's no site plan required since they're not changing the footprint of the building. So this is really the only time the planning commission will be considering this request. There will be no site plan coming back to the planning commission. And there are some specific standards for commercial kennels. We find that the applicant has met those standards with regard to lot area. There's a minimum 5-acre lot area. There's minimum buffers from adjacent properties. Of course, this is right in the middle of the Meyer store, so there's plenty of distance between any adjacent properties. However, we would like some information on the operation of the site, particularly how the applicant proposes to dispose of waste, and or if there's any kind of toy or dog daycare. So I assume they're keeping dogs for. Will there be any exercise areas, or is this all going to be indoors? So, and I'm guessing this is not a problem, but typically we would receive this kind of information. So I think we should get this before we make a decision on the request. And our recommendation is that there, prior to this moving forward from the planning commission, there's some additional information that has to be provided. That information is a project narrative, providing some operational information, provide a project narrative meeting the conditional land use standards, and provide a waste disposal plan and outline the sanitation practices associated with the grooming and daycare facility for dogs. So with that, I guess at this point, particularly since the applicant is not here, that we would recommend that this item be postponed.
Couldn't agree more.
And
Doug, do they know to be here?
they are,
Apparently not.
I will say that the township staff usually does a very good job of
Okay.
notifying people.
So we don't really know.
I don't know if
Okay.
they have been notified, but in the past, it would be unusual if they weren't.
Okay, I do have some questions in case they're listening or other people are listening, but I'll wait until my turn.
I would move to postpone. I move to postpone.
Well, we have to finish the public hearing.
Well, the
Or are
only
you
question
saying
is,
you want to postpone the
why are
public
we
hearing?
can't ask the applicant anything. I mean, there are
The
several
public
things
cannot
that
hear.
are detailed that Mr. Luan wants information. I've been here almost 3 years, be 3 years in December. I've never seen an applicant not show up. I don't know why we would take up this commission's time to discuss things and applicants not even here, but I will go along with whatever.
I agree with you, other than if we've given notice to the public, they might be waiting to talk on something. That I would only, it might be a very short public hearing, and we might need to have another public hearing, which I'd be okay with, but.
Yeah, I'm,
I
yeah,
concur with.
my motion would be to postpone the public hearing. But I'm willing to go with whatever. I just think that we have people sitting here and time is vital, and I'm not sure we're gonna get much done today.
Yeah, I do think that we should give people the opportunity to speak if they are here.
Like if we've advertised it.
Yeah, we have
Do we
advertised
need to
it.
follow through on it?
Yes. But we can postpone we don't have to close the public
Yeah.
hearing. We can include a comment at the next
Yeah,
meeting.
you could postpone to date certain. And if you postpone it to a date certain, then the thinking is that anyone who got the notice, which it was noticed properly, would be here either online or here in person. And they would then hear that the public hearing was postponed to a date certain, so you don't have to read notice at that point. So if you could hold a public hearing, there's no requirement that they have to be here. And then move on from there.
Yeah, I'm fine with the public if they want to speak on this matter. So whatever.
Okay, and then so is there anyone present who would like to speak on the matter of the Best Friends Pet Care? Seeing none here, is there anyone online?
There are two hands up in the virtual audience. Kathleen Brandt. Kathleen, you have the floor.
Hello, Kathleen Brandt, Scio resident. I don't understand why you're having a public hearing I can't ask intelligible questions without a narrative. I would request that you postpone and let anyone who really does have questions when a full story is developed. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
One more. Let's see, yes. Jonathan, I believe Jonathan Greenberg. Jonathan, you have the floor.
Hey, I may not be prepared and have not reviewed all the materials, but is this for inside of Myers or in the strip lot outside of Myers?
Inside.
Inside the building.
And so, you know, I love dogs. We have dog day over here in our house every Saturday, man. Dogs are great, but they're nasty. Nobody wants that in their grocery store. Really? Is this, I thought this was a joke. And then no one showed up. Maybe it is a joke, but nobody wants, would they have an exterior entrance?
Yes.
Still kind of gross. Anyhow, my 2 cents.
Okay, so if, like I said, if you want to continue the public hearing, we could just do it to a date.
Yeah, could we do that? Can we postpone the?
There,
public
someone
hearing?
just walked in. I wanted to ask if they had anything to say about the Best Friends Pet Care.
No.
All right, then,
So I'll reassert my motion
yeah,
to postpone to a date certain.
okay, and that date would be
Yeah, we have to pick a date.
June 12th, I believe, is the next, is that our next meeting?
June 12th, yes.
I just have some questions. I'm not familiar with the process.
Mhm.
So are we having another public hearing the next time this comes up?
We will just continue this.
We'll continue this public hearing. We won't,
Yes.
we won't close it.
It'll be a continuation of the short one that started today, just in case people were here to talk about it.
Yeah, and so that would give the applicant time to respond with a narrative. And also, I think they need to ask their questions such as, I would have for you, are the REUs still the same even though they're like bathing dogs? And would that have an impact on the REUs? And then, I mean, dogs need to do some things before they come into and, you know, come in. Typically, when you're coming into a vet or something like that, they have areas for dogs to relieve themselves. Are they going to have designated parking and other things that need to be included in the narrative?
Yeah, I mean, I got a ton of questions on this one. I mean, you know.
If we had the applicant here, we could.
Yes.
Jonathan had a good point. I was thinking they could use the aisleways for the kennel run, you know, the runs. But so the dogs are not gonna come into the store, right?
I think it's gonna be walled off.
We hope not. I mean, there is
No,
an
no, I mean,
exterior door.
So that exterior only, so like.
There's-
It's like an
I
outbuilding,
presume it's gonna be walled off.
I guess, we'll know
No, there's a
more.
plan. It has a door into the store and a door out of
And
the
that-
store.
In that the 5 acres that you mentioned, Doug, 5 acres of asphalt. I mean, it seems, I don't know, an oddity that they can count a big, I almost said big ass parking lot, but a large parking lot of asphalt as the requisite 5 acres that a kennel would otherwise require. Seems incongruent.
Well, also, I think that the issue is, this is really, if you look at it, it's grooming. I don't see any kennels in there at all, except for a couple rooms to keep a dog. So it may be just that there isn't just a grooming as opposed to, even though it's called a kennel, there may be some other, that's why we need the narrative.
Presumably
That's
go-
why I made this motion, because
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
just going
We
around.
don't know.
Hype what we think.
So there's support from
Call the question.
Commissioner Hyde,
Support.
okay, to extend the public hearing and postpone until June 12th. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, And we will,
At what time?
at
7:47?
7:47, we will continue the
Thanks, Bob, for doing that.
hearing. Thank you. All right. Moving on, unfinished business, possible action, OA 21005, PSP 21012, Knights of Columbus rezoning to PUD. And I think it would be good, since there are some changes to the application. If the applicant would go, then we'll hear from our any questions of that, and our both engineering and our planning consultants. All right.
Didn't see a memo, an updated memo from Mr.
Yeah, that's the,
Second item in under that section.
it's not,
It's in the packet.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, then I have it. Mhm. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Tom Covert. I'm with Midwestern Consulting. I'm here tonight with some representatives from Norfolk Homes, Sean LaFleur and Jim Heisler. We're here to speak with you about the 3911 Dexter Ann Arbor Road, Knights of Columbus preliminary PUD. This is a preliminary PUD with many steps yet in the process to go. I would tell you that take a bit of offense when it's noted from people and neighbors and the general public that we're sneaking something in here. These plans have been resubmitted back in March 9th of 2023, and we've been working through a number of things with regard to those. So it's been available, the plans that were resubmitted. As a refresher, we are a site that's on the south side of Dexter Ann Arbor Road here that runs east-west. We are north of 94, and we're between Wagner and Zeeb Roads, and Jackson Road is a bit further to the south. You can kind of see it here on the image. Defining our project, our development goals, which align with many of the master plan goals and the zoning ordinances, were to provide and design a clustered quality single-family residential neighborhood. We have extensive open space with this project, approximately 70% currently. We have a number of active and passive recreation opportunities. We are restoring the existing pavilion for neighborhood social gatherings. We're preserving natural features on the site, including woodlands, landmark trees, and wetland. And with our current project, as proposed, we're serving the site with public water and a private community wastewater solution. Since our last meeting, there's been a number of plan revisions. We've added additional details that have been included throughout the plan set, and a response to review comments that we received are in a letter of March 9th, 2023. Please refer to that. The homes do include a residential fire suppression system, which has been reviewed by the fire department. So we did get a review from the fire department that said, if you don't basically do a residential suppression system in the homes, then you're going to need to look at a second access point because of the number of the homes on what we're calling the LASU. So you should have in your packet an email from your fire chief that says that they have no outstanding issues since we've responded that we would have residential fire suppression. This revision includes an extension of the public water main service. The public water main in the water services district, similar to what has gone on with other projects, including the Smith Farm project and the Baker Road project. We have submitted a work plan with our plan that used our plan as the basis for that work plan for Eagle to review what Mark Schwetman and his team would do in order to complete a hydrogeological study. So it's very important that we have some knowns that we can share with Eagle, like this is where the wastewater treatment plant's gonna go. These are where the lots are gonna go. So that that study is appropriate. So we shared with them what our
Can I
plan is.
stop you for just a second?
Sure.
Is that work, what did you call it, that document?
It's a work plan.
Is that in your, the documents you provided?
It was shared with the township, a copy of the response from Eagle. Yep.
You want to explain who Mark is?
I don't see that in the packet.
Mark Sweatman is a consultant with WSP that is the scientist behind the hydrogeo study who will be conducting and implementing that for Norfolk. We have since the last time we were before this planning commission, sat down with a number of stakeholders, including township board members, and right now his name's escaping me. The Scio Township consultant, Larry Lemke. So Larry Lemke was representing Scio Township as the expert on this, where we reviewed our project from a water and wastewater perspective. One of the things that was brought up at that meeting was the fact that we had gone from a community well to public water, which I'm paraphrasing here. You can go back and talk with those that were at the meeting, that was his biggest concern, was the community well. And that the wastewater at about 14,100 gallons per day in an upper level aquifer. So our sand that we want to infiltrate the wastewater through sits at a higher elevation than the Gelman plume, right? So it's, my understanding is that the Gelman plume is in a different aquifer than the soil that we're releasing the wastewater to. So, and the fact that it's only 14,100 gallons that's being released per day per that system. So that was a meeting that had happened since our last meeting. From that meeting, we were able to take Mark Sweatman's work plan, share it with Mr. Lemke, and then the Eagle, we made some, well, Mark made some revisions to that plan and has it approved through Eagle. But like I say, we need some assurances. It's a very expensive process to complete the hydrogeological study. And if we get into that study and we aren't putting the wastewater treatment plant in this location, we aren't putting the homes in this location, then it's kind of, you know, it would have to be redone essentially. So one of the things that this preliminary PUD allows us to do is have some assurances that from this, you know, with those assurances that things are going to be arranged. This concept is something that the township is, I'll say favorable, but has reviewed and understands that these are the likely locations of these things, these elements, the wastewater treatment plant, the roads, the lots and everything in relationship to the work plan. So that's one of the things that we've done since this meeting, or since our last meeting with the planning commission. And there's been other additional things that we've worked through with the road commission and the water resource commissioner's office. And we continue to work through with our preliminary PUD that would be available with final PUD. I'll remind everybody that with our proposed layout, we're 47 homes. We have private mode pathways. We have an opportunity for a pathway along Dexter Ann Arbor Road. And we would mention that we have reciprocal access for walking paths, meaning that if we wanted to have neighbors included in the open space and paths that could connect with them, that there could be reciprocal agreements with them to increase this open space network. That open space network I mentioned was about 70% of the site. And you can see that represented in the cyan shading here.
Is that the?
I'm sorry.
Well, the greenery, most of that, so is the housing is going to be close to Dexter Road?
So if you were to visit the site today, that basically fallow field area that's grass in nature is where these homes would exist with what we've been calling the Lasso Road.
Right off of the road?
Correct.
Not far off the road?
Yeah, there is a setback from our property line from the road to the units. And I could look that up. I think it's 100 feet. Yeah.
Basically, the road easement at the top of your sketch where you have the tree lines up there.
So this is the right-of-way line. And this is the setback line where the lots begin. So we are all in total, probably 150 to 200 feet off the road center line.
And if you could go back to the, I guess, go out on it. Where were you thinking of putting your wastewater treatment, community wastewater?
Yep, so the wastewater treatment plant would sit down here in this area. And I'm gonna go to this one because it's not hatched, but there would be a small building or facility that would sit there. There'd be a small access path for like pickup trucks for the operator to be able to visit and monitor and so on. And then there would be a drain field. So we've noted that on the plan, but you wouldn't, like if you were standing next to it, you wouldn't know what was there. It's just ground, right? Like a septic field.
And the water and your wastewater treatment is, I'm sorry, your wastewater is going out to where?
So the wastewater would be collected in the units. It would be conveyed to a pipe that would come from the road right away, follow that access road and be processed in this building. And then it would be pumped into pipes that would be underground in this area.
And where would the waste go from the treatment facility? Would it go west? Would it go south?
It would go west from the building. So the water that it's water essentially that goes to the drain field from the process. So there are systems that take care of the solids and so on. So there would be a small bit of solids that would get removed and hauled away to a landfill, just like a typical wastewater treatment plant. And then the water would be disposed below grade in the drain field area, and it would soak into the ground. And it would soak into the ground and become part of that groundwater system.
And that's what you're talking about, the aquifers being different, the plume aquifer and that, right?
Yeah, so the plume aquifer is much different. So I can tell you what Mark Sweatman has conceptually, using the data that he and Mr. Lemke have been sharing and been talking about, is that conceptually, the Gelman plume is far deeper than where we're releasing our water, and it's separated by geology. That's all I'll say.
But doesn't it sometimes come up, like in Ann Arbor, they've got vapor intrusion in basements, and I know in West Park, it's kind of surfaced up, like, is it always gonna be down there? I mean, it sounds like it's no big deal. The Galvin plume is really deep. We're really shallow. And if it's no big deal, my words, not yours, by the way, I appreciate that. Then wouldn't the hydrogeologic study at the outset right now give this body comfort that we're not
expert at?
I could understand what you're saying about that.
Yeah.
But if I go in and do this hydrogeo study and we come back and you say, let's change this about the project or that about the project, that this isn't the only spot where the wastewater treatment plant could work at the site because of the soils there, right? So we've picked this spot because of it's kind of pulled back from the road. You don't see it from Dexter, Ann Arbor. It's pulled back from our neighbors to the east, and it's kind of pushed up a little bit away from the freeway, where if you were going by the freeway, you'd have all these trees and you wouldn't really see the building and so on. So if we go do a hydrogeo study and we find everything's grand, and then we come back here and we're talking about different density and a different layout and all those things, then we would have to go back and redo that study.
You mean like it perks here, it doesn't perk, this is Calicaska, this is loam, this is one kind of soil, that kind of thing, or like?
No, I guess if you decide to say, we don't like this layout, we want a figure 8 layout. We want some different type of layout that we're not happy with. So what we need to do before we spend $100 and some thousand on a study is, does this layout work? Does this density work? Minus the Gelman plume and minus that, does everything else work to your satisfaction? Because we don't want to do this study and you guys say, well, gosh, you really should put the treatment plant right up on Ann Arbor Dexter Road. Which at that point, we'd have to spend another $100,000 and do another study.
I think the other question was, can we confirm that that is in the bioreserve area? It is. So can you address where you would put it if it wasn't in the bioreserve area?
So if it wasn't in the bioreserve area, the next better spot from a soils perspective would likely be in the area in the northeast. I mean, I've heard that a number of times. The soils in the northeast are poor. They're actually pretty good. We're having to compete with infiltrating stormwater and infiltrating wastewater. So we have good soils in the northeast and we have these good soils down here and kind of all along our east property line. But again, in respect for the neighboring property and what the view would be from the road, we really felt like this was the best location for the wastewater treatment.
And with the required setbacks, would that still work in the northeast corner?
We would have to reconfigure things, which maybe would push our entry to the west. And right now, there hasn't been any concern from the road commission with regard to our entry point and any need for turn lanes and so on. So I'm really hesitant to move this up to the northeast just because of proximity to neighbors, quite frankly. Neighbors and the domino effect, if you will, of the different elements that we have. That's also the lowest area of the site is the northeast corner. Let me take that back. It's the lowest area of the site in that plateau area. I mean, we have lower areas down the ravine and everything, but we wouldn't want to go remove trees in the bioreserve to, add stormwater management.
Are you removing trees to put it here?
We will be removing some trees for the wastewater treatment plant in this area.
I'm a little bit confused.
But at this point where they are being removed, those are mostly second growth trees that are 30, maybe 40 years old at the most, because it used to be farmed back before the expressway went in. When you get down to some of the other areas, you have 150-year-old trees.
The trees down the valley and the slope are better quality than the trees at the top of the.
Conscious of the quality.
Yeah. And I could add maybe couple things. One, as far as I've been involved in a few of these hydrogeo studies for these plants, not as a scientist, but on the developer side. And the requirements are very specific of you do an infiltration test. When you're doing this hydrogeo study, it's a semi-load of water and you're taking readings over a 24-hour period continuously. It's not that's why these are so darn expensive. And you don't move it 300 feet. You don't move it 200 feet. Or you do it over again.
But I'm a little bit confused because you say you're coming to us because you want us to approve a preliminary plan, so you know where things are. But as I hear you, we've already expressed some concern about being in the bio swells. And you're saying, well, I can't move that. So what are the other places that you can move that wastewater treatment system?
I mean.
Because I'm hearing either we approve it like this for your various reasons, or we don't have an agreement.
I want to get clarification. You mentioned a bioswale. So we don't have necessarily bioswales with the stormwater management system. We have bioretention that will infiltrate. So we don't have any swales conveying the water to that. So we do have infiltration areas.
Just a minute, let me get, so where would this system be at this particular location? It'd be in the bio what?
Reserve.
In the bioreserve.
Yeah. So it is in the bioreserve. The bioreserve was classified with, I'm paraphrasing, but it talked about the tree and the canopies and so on. And based on our tree survey, the quality of the trees improved to the west side of the site from the east to west. And like Mr. Heisler said, there's secondary growth kind of at the south side of that plateau or the middle area. Section. That's why we
It
selected
is true
this
that this is way out of my knowledge base, but I guess I'm saying to you is that we don't like it in the bioreserve. Is there another location that you can put the wastewater treatment system?
I would probably be pushing and pulling on the string between the wastewater treatment system being in the bioreserve or the stormwater detention basins.
Or reduced density, I guess would be the other.
Those aren't the only options.
Commissioner Hyde?
No, it's okay.
I just wanted to drill down.
I don't blame you. And just to follow up on that, I think what I just heard you say is you would be hesitant to move it. So I will say that I believe that you should state where you want to place it. And we should have the study done where you decide where you want to place it, not where we choose. So we're getting us to approve where you put it is still where you're suggesting it. And we're not looking to correct that if this all works.
I'm not suggesting we move it. I like this spot.
And I'm saying the hydrogeological study should be done where you place it. And we asked for that a long time ago, and back without having done it, because you want us to approve it before you do the study. That's what I'm, yep. And I think that's the cart before the horse.
I guess maybe on that, and some of it, I'll just be frank about it. We're probably didn't pass on that end of it. But my understanding, this is a recommendation body. They recommend, they don't legislate. You know, we respectfully request that you move it on, yes or no, and then we can go from there.
We respectfully requested that you
Right.
do the study and then come back.
And we disagree.
Establish that.
Yeah.
I think the other issue, of just going down the, kind of the, we really didn't talk about Doug's report.
Can I just add
so,
a couple other
yeah.
things? So within the plan set that you have, it does define a potential water main extension route. We do have reviews that were completed by your engineering consultant and your planning consultant. The engineering consultant is recommending approval and placement on the next meeting, which is the meeting we're having today. And then through the planner's report, there's a number of things that's asking for, I'll call it direction or action from the planning commission or confirmation. We do continue to have road commission, review and approval of what we've proposed for access location, the lack of a turn lane. We don't need to have a turn lane. We don't generate that much traffic. And we're continuing to review with the Water Resources Commissioner's Office. The PUD does state that we can use the underlying zoning district or the density proposed in the township master plan, which is what we used for the parallel plan. We did also here, since our last meeting, participate. There is a well on site that was tested for dioxane and nothing was found with that. We also did some other additional study on, you'll recall, we talked about farm dumps. Those were characterized better, and it looks like there's an opportunity to remove that material to a proper landfill should the project move forward. We've talked about socioeconomic benefits here before of the project, the cluster development, the less pavement, preservation of trees, wetland preservation, open space preservation at about 33 acres. Water main installation, I know it was mentioned that that wasn't necessarily a community benefit. However, in meetings we've had previously, the fact that there would be hydrants in this area would cut down response time for the fire department. This is a project and a site that has good proximity to work centers. It's a long transportation corridor and so on. So our goal here tonight is to participate in dialogue with you and respectfully request contingent preliminary PUD approval.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
With regard to the public water connection, are you planning to pay for that? Take on that expense yourself?
Yeah, it would be developer funded water main extension.
And with regard to the wastewater treatment facility, after you're done and all the homes are sold, who's responsible for that?
This one would be, the homeowners association would be, but it is, the township has a form before you get the permit that they are offered the ownership and they have the right to deny it or reject it. And then we would have
The township would have ownership over the wastewater treatment?
or not.
If they choose.
If they so chose. If they do not, then it falls back to the state, and the state requires bonds from us. We have to turn in a whole plan for it, which we've done several times. And it determines how much, a 5-year study, and they have to approve it on the parts and what it costs to maintain it, and what are the maintenance if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all in there that obviously it would go back to the homeowners if there was ever a problem, but there is a whole funding mechanism up front that if anything goes wrong, it's not like, oh gee, something fails and all the people look at each other and then come to the township. It's an eagle.
Yeah, it's not on the township.
So
It'll be on the homeowner.
It would be on, no, but that's ever been before this, the township always worries about all of a sudden 20 homeowners are gonna be sitting on their doorstep. Here,
So can I ask, go ahead, I apologize.
So there'll be an authority that would be set up that would
Yes.
be
Homeowners
owned and
association.
operated
Yes.
through the homeowners association.
And that's working so perfectly well in our township right now. I'm joking, but you said you have to post a sizable bond. When you're completed and all the homes are sold, do you recoup that bond?
well, it goes with the authority.
So it stays with
How
the-
that mechanism is,
Okay, so that doesn't get reimbursed to you.
no, that's, on this, it gets turned over in all reality. It's a separate business. That business sets there all on its own. But what you're saying is exactly what happened in everyone we're working on, is it stays with it. Just as practical to make a system work. The homeowners aren't all gonna give you $1,500 or $2,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah, and that was something else you said, money would be set up front.
Oh, that bond is up, the bond is up front
Oh, the bond.
from the authority. Here you'd call the Knights of Columbus Wastewater Authority or whatever name you choose. But it is a whole separate one, and you're permitted every 5 years. And you have annual, they review it every year for compliance, and you have a licensed operator operate it. We wouldn't be operating it. Highland Treatment is the one that's been doing the ones we've operated in the past and are currently doing, and they probably do 50% of them in this county here, in the Tri-County area.
And this public water connection that you're proposing, I've heard different things, so apologize for my ignorance. I understood the plan was to go up under 94. And how would that impact, I mean, it's out of curiosity, how would that impact 94 traffic?
Be directionally bored.
Yeah, so there's a water service area and there's a plan for that water service area that the township has. It had contemplated different connections to the water service. One of the notions and kind of what we are proposing with ours is that it would come from Jackson Road by Zeeb, where the two bridges are, and it would go under and service the north section. There's also a notion that it would be serviced by, what's that development up there?
Walnut Ridge.
Walnut Ridge. Walnut Ridge has public water main too. So, and creating a loop. So we're basically saying
Yeah,
that,
I see Wagner Road.
sorry, Wagner Road, thank you.
Just, yeah.
Everybody was going, where are those two bridges on the sea? No, on Wagner Road, there's two bridges right over 14 and 94 where they come together. And that master plan had contemplated directionally boring a water main there. We're saying if we move it further to the west, we don't have the complications of boring a water main next to the bridges and a much greater distance. The freeway's narrowed down there. So we would come through Auto Mall, come up to 94. You dig a pit on one side, dig a pit on the other side, and directionally bore under the freeway.
And just make sure I heard you right, sir. You're not looking for the township to kick in any money on this.
Correct. So we would directionally bore that, and then we would serve what we've been calling the lasso with water main. And then we would continue north on our site along Dexter Ann Arbor Road and create a short little T of water main that could be connected to in the future.
What's a short T? 100 yards, a mile and a half each way.
We go to the east, not the west.
Yeah, so. Let's see if I can show you on the slide. Yeah, it's basically property line to property line along our frontage, which is. So they wanted us to have a 12-inch water main here. We couldn't go all the way to the property line because there's some limitations in grade and culvert.
So it wouldn't go further down the road. It would be from the breadth of your property.
It could be connected, you're correct. It could be connected to in the future.
And you're coming from, are you coming from the
Kind of the motor mall, kind of.
south, from the south direction of boring under the freeway? And why can't you just, as long as you're directionally boring, just directional bore a little sewer?
It's up to you.
I mean, so who do you negotiate with to get the water? With Ann Arbor or our utilities or?
Your
It'd be
utilities.
your
We are in the water service district.
Got it.
We are not in the sanitary sewer
Got it.
district.
And if we had REUs available, would that be an option? Like, was there ever any discussion about, let's try to put municipal sewer to the extent there's REUs available to do that? Like the cost differential between boring a sewer and putting in a private sewer system and doing the hydrogeological studies and all that stuff. Is there any discussion internally on your team on that? Or is that not realistic?
No.
No, financially it's probably realistic. It's the laws or the
I guess the
rules.
question is, Doug, do you want to
Because
address
we're not in the
that
sewer
or
district.
OHM? Because
We'd
that
have
would
to
be,
request
that would be an expansion of the sewer district.
Or
Which-
We don't have to expand the water district, but here you'd have to expand the sewer district.
I understand that. And
Which is
what-
not encompassed in our
And I'm
existing
not-
contract.
And I'm not, I know that's not before us, and I'm not trying to throw something out, I might be way out of my league on stuff, but one of the things that we need to do is we have the adequate protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, and we've got this damn plume that started out kind of near there, and it's going north, it's going east, it might be going a little bit west, and we want to know, we don't want whatever happens here with respect to water, with respect to sewer, to have a detrimental effect or to somehow make things worse than they are for nearby wells. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, Commissioner Reiser, I'd like to kind of
All right.
continue, let them kind of continue their
My
piece so we
apologies.
can hear also both our
Okay,
consultants
thank you.
too. Yeah.
I was concluded.
Do you want to address the parallel plan piece?
So we had introduced a parallel plan that looked a little bit different than this previously. It didn't have the detail that this plan has. It also had stub roads that connected to properties to the west and to the north and so on. So one of the things we did is we had conversation with the township, and we said that it's probably not logical that roadways would connect to the west or connect to the north. So we've introduced a cul-de-sac and a curve. And we did continue with the stub here because it was maybe sensible that that property wasn't developed like the properties to the north and to the west of our project. What we show in our plan is a modest home, similar to what's been built around us, maybe even a little larger to some of the homes that are around us. We show a modest home, a septic field area, a well, the well isolation, and then we show these areas that are in gray, which indicate areas that would be of sufficient slope for a engineered type trench system at the site. So in the areas where we would have soils that would support a conventional drain field, you know, they could be provided for on lot. In areas where we have maybe not the same soil opportunity, but we have the slope opportunity, we could look at some sort of engineered type system. We do have, you know, lots that are have houses and septic fields and wells placed in certain locations that they avoid the wetlands. My understanding of the ordinance and the definition of lot area is that it does not preclude those areas. We have an entry point similar to the entry point that we have on our site. And then from there, it was laying out the parcels or the home sites around a road network that's kind of similar, lasso-esque, as the plan you see before you. The only difference is we're utilizing the PUD and the deviations in the lot size. So it was mentioned on the call that we have all these deviations. Our deviations are in lot size. They're not much different than deviations you've approved in other PUDs for lot size. So yes, it's a deviation for front yard setback, rear yard setback, side yard setback, lot area, lot width. So that may look like a lot of deviations, but really it's all concerning the lot. So we're asking for a deviation from what zoning would allow through the PUD to condense that lot size and have all the lots sit up on that mowed grass, fallow field area so that we can preserve, you know, 70% of the site in open space.
I had a question about the wastewater treatment system. Is that a grinder type system?
On that, it would likely be low pressure grinders to the Advantech system.
So one of
Is that what your question is?
I'm asking if it's a grinder system.
So when you say a grinder system, this is what I think about. And this is likely what we would have at this site is you would have your home. Outside of that home, you're gonna have a tank with a pump, creating low pressure on a system that would feed the wastewater treatment plant. What that does is it provides an opportunity at each home. Let's say the power in the area went out, there was a storm. Having the system have this vault, if you will, with the grinder pump and everything, gives you some time before you don't have any more flow available, let's say. So it would have a pump and a vault that would sit at the home that would create pressure, ejecting the wastewater out to a main that would be in the roadway area. And then it would create low pressure and then get to the wastewater treatment plant. That's
So when I think of grinder, I think that there's in addition to pushing things through.
that
I'm
pump.
thinking of a like a grinder.
That pump
So
Grinding down the matter.
So if you know any places out like Kavanaugh Lake, I mean, the houses out there, those are on a grinder pump system out there. So it's a or Portage Lake or any around, it's basically the same system there.
And are you guys thinking of putting that kind of system?
Yes.
Yes, it would be that type of system that's like around the lakes.
So power's out. you'll get no flow to the wastewater treatment.
You will if they have a generator on the house and they put it on that circuit, which that's getting more common all the time.
But you're not going to spec it.
No. We'll have one at the plant. In fact, Eagle will require it.
And do you have
Because
a
we'll-
power generator for that?
Yeah.
Should be
Yes.
produce power?
Which kicks on automatic. At the plant, yes. So the plant always has to work. It's basically redundant.
Did you get your questions answered about?
So I guess it'll go back to Carlisle Workman. So this is the updated.
This is a new plan from what you saw.
Is that in the packet?
No.
Is that something you reviewed?
The new plan is in the packet. It's part of the plan set.
Not in our packet.
Township.
Not in our package.
We have not reviewed this.
Can I ask a question about the parallel?
Yeah.
For Doug? So it says that it can't exceed the number of dwelling units permitted in the underlying zoning district, but this is zone RC, correct?
Yes.
Which doesn't have any permitted dwelling units without conditional use.
Yeah, actually, well, RC would allow a 5-acre minimum. But looking at schedule regulations, however, for a PUD indicates that a parallel plan underlines zoning district for the master plan.
I see.
So in this particular case, now we have to also remember that the master plan designation in this case is a range. It's the highest is 1 unit per acre, the lowest is 1 per 2.5 acres. The applicant has proposed the highest potential density at 1 unit per acre. However, we have to, it's in our report, we point out that the medium density residential category is a range, and that range is supposed to be based on the capability of the land to support development.
And do you, I guess, follow-up question, do you have similar concerns about the soils and the being able, is this a practical parallel plan?
Well, our review indicates that we're having some difficulties with the parallel plan. So I think we indicated some density here.
That's your April 24th memo?
Yeah. So we have a series of comments based on the parallel plan. Pointed out those in our pages 10 and 11 of the report. And based on our comments, we do not find that parallel plan project, subject parcel, and the section of ordinance. Point out a few issues that we have with the parallel plan.
Should allow Doug to go over.
Yeah. Is,
We good.
okay. So you're all set then with your kind of
I am,
update?
thank you.
Okay, great. Then, Doug, can you go ahead and continue your review? And I do want to comment, and this is, both for the public and for the planning commission, that for some reason, the resubmitted plans didn't get put in the packet. Yeah. Okay.
Great.
Okay, do you guys want to leave the plans on the screen? Or?
Yeah, if you could.
Question. So this is just to kind of remind the folks that are online and planning commissioners and anyone here in the audience, the actual room here. This is a preliminary view. Preliminary, as was mentioned by the applicant when we started this. So when we started the presentation, there are a lot of steps to go before this would be a project. If it was approved by the township, that would, start construction If it was, I'll just go through the process first. Planning Commission will make a recommendation in the preliminary PUD. A preliminary PUD recommendation from the Planning Commission, whether it's a recommendation to approve or recommendation to deny, would then go to the Scio Township Board. And the Scio Township Board would then make a decision on the preliminary PUD. The preliminary PUD, what we're trying to determine is if the project meets the qualifications of a PUD. And also the qualifications and the other, there's qualifications and PUD standards. So we're trying to determine if the preliminary PUD meets those standards, and there's a lot of parts to that, and we'll get that in detail in a moment. I think it'll help the discussion of the planning commission. So if this project was to receive approval of the Township Board for preliminary PUD, the applicant would then come back with a final PUD plan that would essentially be a final detailed site plan that would then address detail engineering and be required to obtain all the outside agency approvals and all the things we typically get for a site plan. We would also get into detail about the on-site wastewater facility and some of those engineering issues that typically don't occur until till detail engineering part of the site plan. And that would then come back to the Planning Commission for final PUD and then go to the Township Board. So even if the Planning Commission was to recommend approval of this tonight, and the Township Board was to approve preliminary PUD, counting tonight, there's still, well, not counting tonight, there would be at a minimum 3 additional meetings and a public hearing, because there's a public hearing required from the Township Board before this would start. So that's kind of the process, the steps and the meetings that would have to occur if this project was to move forward. Now, I have a 17-page report that I can only trust that the Planning Commission has read.
I haven't had a chance to read the whole.
Okay, well, I will, what I want to do before I get into that is talk about what the Planning Commission is supposed to be doing tonight with regard to your motion. So and I think it's important to spend a little time on this part. So the first thing is the Planning Commission and ultimately the Township Board has to determine if the qualifications for PUD are met for the subject parcel. Those qualifications are first that the project meets the intent of the PUD section. And that intent indicates that the PUD is intended to permit flexibility in the regulation of land development, encourage innovation in land use, and variety in design, layout, and type of structures constructed, achieve economy and efficiency in the use of land, natural resources, energy, and the provision of public service and utilities, encourage useful open space, and provide better housing, employment, and shopping opportunities, particularly suited to the needs of the residents. Well, the part about shopping opportunities is not applicable in this case, but that's the first item the Planning Commission is supposed to determine. In your motion, you would likely mention this, is that if the Planning Commission believes it meets the intent by doing some of those things, providing innovative land use, variety of design, layout, open space,
And public services and utilities.
Thank you.
yeah, did I read that?
Facilities and utilities.
No. Services.
It's the public utilities is the.
And the provision of public services and utilities. So that's the intent of PUD. So then we get into in the second item of qualification is that the PUD is supposed to meet one of the following. So there's 3 items that it's supposed to meet. First is a recognizable and material benefit to the ultimate users of the project and to the community where such benefit would otherwise be unfeasible or unlikely to be achieved without application of PUD regulations. So all of these standards I'm going to go over, these are, 10-year development is one of the things we always talk about, there's discretionary approvals and there's uses, right, and non-discretionary. This is a discretionary approval, probably the most discretionary approval that we have. So the bar is high for a PUD. And the planning commission, if you are to recommend approval, you'll have to find that each of the things that I'm mentioning have been met. So again, first, we have recognizable material benefit to government where such benefit would otherwise be unfeasible or unlicensed to achieve without application of PUD. So is the applicant doing something so above and beyond a normal development? They have proposed what they call a normal development. We have some issues with what they're proposing as a normal development, but put that aside for a moment. They're proposing what could be a normal development on the property. So is the plan they're proposing so much better than what could happen under normal circumstances? Second is that planning commission has to find that the applicant is protecting and preserving natural resources and natural features of a quantity and or quality that can be clearly demonstrated where such benefit would be otherwise unfeasible or unlikely to be achieved without application of PUD regulations. So are they going above and beyond protection of natural resources and natural features? Of course, that isn't just trees in this case, trees and shrubs and steep slopes. This natural resources, in my opinion, gets into things like drinking water and the fact that we have, this is a unique circumstance with the common plume, so I think that's something that we have to look at. The third item is that a non-conforming use shall be to a material extent be rendered more conforming. There's no non-conformities here, so we don't have to worry about the third item. Now, moving on to one of the other standards, the planning commission is to find that the proposed type and density of the use shall result or shall not result in an unreasonable increase in the need for or burden upon public services, facilities, roads, and utilities. So
Where are you reading from?
Basically, I'm reading from the ordinance essentially.
It's 36, 245, 244, et cetera.
So these are all the items that you're supposed to find if a PUD is approved. So is the density reasonable in this location? And is the density causing a burden on public services, facilities, roads, and utilities? The next thing the planning commission is supposed to determine is if the proposed development shall be consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare of the township. We've had some discussion already about that with regard to the hydro geo study that people are asking for. Fifth item is that the planning commission is supposed to find that the proposed development shall minimize any negative environmental impact of the subject site or surrounding land. Similar issues I've just talked about. Sixth item is that the planning commission shall find that the proposed development shall minimize any negative impact on surrounding properties. And the last item in this section is the planning commission that the proposed development shall be consistent with the goals and policies of the township master plan. Our ordinance talks about the master plan in a couple of different places. There are some other standards that have to be met as well. Planning commission, now these are kind of similar, but it's worth considering. The planning commission, in relation to the underlying zoning and the proposed type and density, you have to find if it shall or shall not result in a material increase in the need for public services, facilities, and utilities, and shall not place a material burden upon the subject or surrounding land or property owners and occupants of the natural environment. Next item is that the planning commission shall find that the proposed development shall be compatible with the and be immediately intended to the spirit of that article. That part of the master. Planning commission finds that the PUD shall not change the essential character of the surrounding areas. This is something you have to find. I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but the PUDs require that you look at the character of the area. Does this affect the character of the area? The fourth is the planning commission shall find or not find that the proposed PUD shall be under single ownership and control such that there's a single person or entity having responsibility for completing the project and conforming to this article. So basically just trying to find out that this doesn't get approved, they sell it to somebody else and they don't even have to go to if there's problems. So the planning commission, in your motion to approve, you're supposed to find that each one of those has been met to your satisfaction. And again, PUDs are one of these discretionary approvals, and it's a pretty high bar to, for the township to approve. And it should be looked at as such. So our review dated April 24th, as I said, is 17 pages. I will hit the highlights. Unless I'm going to read 17 pages, I'll read the highlights. We go in, the first few pages are just a description of the property, the location of the property. Page 3 of our report talks about the motion that was made by the planning commission on December 20th, 2021. This was actually, if the plans, I think there might be some new commissioners, but this was actually a motion on that night to approve this preliminary PUD. And there were a number of conditions, there were 8 conditions that were placed as a part of that motion. That motion did not succeed. It died on a 3-3 vote. So there was, in essence, no action took place on December 20th. It's our understanding that the applicant then came back in January and got a formal postponement of the project from the planning commission. And ever since then, there have been a series of meetings and information provided to the planning commissioner, to a ad hoc committee that consisted of some planning commissioners and township board members and consultants and staff, trying to come to some conclusion on some of these items that were of concern to the planning commission. Until we are here this evening. So then I go into, on page 4 of our report, I go into some of the stuff I just talked about with regard to what the planning commission is supposed to find, and that is that project meets their PUD eligibility criteria, which I've just gone over in detail. We have to find that all of those items have been met. A couple of things here. The applicant's narrative states that the residential development meets the intent of the PUD ordinance by clustering of residential units, maximum open space on the site. As was mentioned by the applicant, 71% of the site will remain in open space. The other 30% or so of the site will be developed in homes. We do mention about the priority 3 fire reserve area that's identified in the site. And we specifically have asked, we've asked this in several iterations of our review, that the homes, that there's a couple of home locations in the fire reserve, and particularly proposed community septic system that's located there, and we're asking for that to be relocated or moved to another location to get it out of that area. With regard to community benefit, we indicate that the most obvious community benefit here is the preservation of open space on site. Page 5 of our report goes into the master plan and the criteria, the relatively new goals of the master plan when it talks about what should be contained or what we'd be looking for in a PUD project. A comment there is that the density of the proposed development may be considered compatible with the master plan and surrounding uses and should not result in unreasonable increase in the need for additional public facilities. The Washington County Road Commissioner did review the approval or did review the proposal, and at this time is not proposing any changes to Dexter and Arnold Road. Now that is surprising, but that is what we got back from the Road Commission. The fire department, now when we wrote this, the fire department was asking for a second access point due to the number of homes and road distances. The applicant has indicated that perhaps the second access could be taken away if the homes are individually suppressed, but I don't have verification of that. So I don't know if that's there are other standards here. We talked about the Axon well and the Bellman King issue and relative relatively recent hit on some of the properties within this area. We have been recommending a hydrogeo study for a couple of our last reviews. Also, although the motion failed at the planning commission, this was one of the conditions placed in that motion that a hydrogeo study provided. And I will say that during our ad hoc committee meetings on this project, the committee also was pretty steadfast in their request for a hydrogeo study. So we raised that here. This is not a new issue. Of course, the applicant understands that. I'd like to move on in a slightly different direction, but that's it's important to mention. Just trying to get some of the high points here. So to summarize this part of our review, we asked that the applicant consider removing residential units out of the bioreserve area. That would also follow with the on-site wastewater facility to the township utilities. Oh, one thing I did mention, the water main connection the utility connection that is shown, we received a letter from the township utility director in fall late last summer that they were not necessarily supportive of the location of the proposed water main. And I don't want to say that they were opposed to it, but they are perhaps not ready yet for this to happen. There was comments made by Steve Wazowski, the township's utility director, and it's my understanding that he was not fully on board with the location and the proposed water main connection at this time. I'm sure the township was ready for that at this time. Finally, the planning commission, of course, as I mentioned before, has to determine that the PUD or that this project actually meets the PUD eligibility standards. I've already talked about the PUD standards, so I won't talk about those again. On page 7, we get into our master plan discussion on page 8 of our review. And we do note that the master plan for that, the master plan calls for this site to be low density residential. Low density residential designation is a sliding scale, if you will. It allows 1 dwelling unit per acre up to 1 dwelling unit per 2.5 acres. So it's not necessarily a guarantee that 1 acre is a number. It is a sliding scale for a reason, and that is that there could be circumstances where a less dense project could be considered. And there certainly are some issues here on this site that might warrant that. But we do mention that the planning commission considered that density of 1 acre per acre as proposed by the applicant. Also mentioned, and was mentioned by some of the public, we look at the county soil survey. The county soil survey does indicate that there are some areas on the site that are not suitable for septic systems. And if that is the case, that there are some difficult septic locations, the density plan may not be appropriate or possible unless each of those 1 acre lots could work. If the applicant was going to do a community septic system using that density plan, they would have to show a location for that community septic system, which they don't. So we have some questions about the density plan. With regard to area weight setbacks, I think the applicant is correct in that there are a lot of deviations shown on page 9 of our report. Most of those are dimensional with regard to the size of the being requested. the small lots, and of course, in a cluster project, the smaller the lot you can get, the more open space can be preserved. That's, you know, a good thing. That's definitely a benefit of this project, is the amount of open space. I think no one can argue with that part of what they're proposing. We do talk about project density. We had mentioned our concerns with the density plan and some of the other parts of this project. And in summary, we think review of the proposed stormwater improvements by the township engineer and the Washington County Water Resources to verify at least 2 best management practices, and that's required by the applicant request maintain density bonus. Notice the applicant is their density plan, I believe, has 37 lots. The parallel plan is proposing 47 lots. So they're actually proposing a density bonus, or even if we were to accept their density plan of 37 lots. They're proposing a 10 lot density bonus. We can do that as part of a PUD, but to do that, we have to demonstrate some items. One of those are stormwater best management practices. We would ask that the applicant reconsider the parallel plan layout based on the underlying zoning classification and the applicable township regulations, demonstrating a practical project for the subject parcel. So again, we're having some problems with the density plan itself. The natural features on site, of course, the most significant obvious natural feature on site is the existing woodlands on site. The applicant has done a good job of preserving those woodlands. They are proposing all of their lots in the open field, which is exactly what we want in a cluster plan. And they are proposing to preserve almost all of the woods on the site. So that part is good. However, as I mentioned before, there are other natural resources to consider than just trees. And in this particular case, that is water and drinking water for residents. And so we have recommended, and we continue to recommend, a hydrogeo investigative study. The applicant has provided a hydrogeologic investigation work plan that identifies the project, the objective, the testing, and the methods that they would employ. Presumably, they would employ if the planning commission were to allow this project to go forward without an actual hydrogeo study. The applicant has indicated in their information how they would go about doing the study, if that was something the planning commission would consider. So our item to be addressed there is that the planning commission to consider the hydrogeological work plan and determine when the full study would be required, whether that would be at this stage or at the final PUD stage of review. With regard to the open space, we've got a number of comments on pages 13 and 14 on the open space plan. As we said, that's the best, probably the biggest feature, the best feature of this project is the open space. We have some comments here that are kind of more housekeeping. It's really having the impact on the project, whether it was approved or not. And that's to provide a little more formalized pathway rather than just a road path, and provide an open space maintenance agreement to make sure the open space stays an open space in perpetuity. Those could certainly be addressed forward, but we raise them just so the applicants benefit and the planning commission. No new comments with the location site arrangement. Again, we talked about the density plan, the number of homes, and the number of deviations. Now, while the number of deviations that are being requested mostly have to do with lot size and dimension, the public is correct. There's an awful lot of them. So, one of the things that you always have to look at when someone's requesting deviations is what is the township getting? PUDs are one of those projects that we can try to determine what's the project getting if we're allowing a series of deviations. The applicant will indicate, they will argue that the township's getting a lot of open space, a lot of tree vegetation. So the planning commission has to determine is what has been presented by the applicant enough to get the deviations that are being proposed. With regard to site access and circulation, we had some issues with that. The planning commission requested some minor deviations from the Class A private road standards that would have to be addressed. We indicate that the proposed private street does not meet the current Class A private road standards. There's no parking. Issue, traffic impact. As we mentioned, the road commission in a letter dated December 13th, 2021, reviewed this and is not proposing any significant changes in that location. With regard to central facilities and services, this is a section where I'm guessing Stacy or Sally, I'm not sure, call. We'll probably get into more detail about the central facilities and services. However, we will mention that the community wastewater system details would occur during the final PUD stage review. Review of central facilities and services by Eagle, the township engineer, and the township utility director. And 3, further discussion regarding the potential water main extension is needed with the township utility director and township engineer. As I mentioned previously, we are under the understanding that the township utility director is not completely on board with water utility extension location. Not sure that that's an optimum location if so it was to be extended at some time in the future. So there are a lot of issues here at this point. Our recommendation simply is that there's a lot of items here to address, and we recommend the following items be addressed to the satisfaction of the planning commission prior to the preliminary PUD review and approval. Now, I've gone through most of those, but we have 15 items that the planning commission is to consider. Of course, most of those are contained within what the planning commission is supposed to determine, and that's what the project qualifies to be reviewed at PUD. So, apologize for being long-winded, but there's a 17-page report. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Why don't we do that?
Okay. And I think we have Stacy in so Stacy,
Were you ready for me to go, Doug?
Yes.
And planning commission?
Okay.
All right. We recommended approval in our March 27th review letter. We had a couple outstanding comments. We wanted to see some more information on the wastewater treatment plant at the preliminary stage. But as Doug mentioned, those details can technically be worked out in the detailed engineering final site plan phase. As you've already heard tonight, the fire department did require a second access or fire suppression to each of the units. I believe fire suppression is going to be pursued. We noted also that the applicant is going to be working on an easement from the property owner on Automall Drive in order to pursue that proposed water main extension as proposed. We've reviewed that extension, and the layout and the size appeared to be appropriate at this time. MDOT will also need to review it, given it going under I-94. And although we didn't include it in our review, we would also like to see the hydrogeo study done, as OHM wasn't really involved in any of the Gelman research or anything like that. So that study would provide the necessary confidence moving forward and give some additional information on the site. If you have any utility related questions or engineering, I'd be happy to answer them for you tonight.
Questions?
So I have a question. One of the public benefits is they're gonna put a municipal water in that section of the township, correct? With the 8-inch and the 12-inch water main, right?
That's correct, just what's shown on the plans.
And then it's going to go to a T out on the frontage of the parcel. How far how much of the public will be able to use that? Like, is there gonna be enough flow that it can go significantly further to houses that might have bad wells that need to get on it? Like, how much public benefit is there to having it terminate there for potential future usage?
I actually do not have that information on hand. Sally's actually on, and I don't know if she does either. I know that the water main discussion is still ongoing on that side of the township. And kind of like Doug mentioned, the utility director is still working through those discussions and studies, and I'm not sure how much of the public would benefit from what's being proposed at this time.
And that's what I mean, it's like, one of the big public benefits is getting water there that other people who might be subject to dioxin or Gelman will be able to use that someday. But is there going to be sufficient water available to them? I guess what I'm asking is about the public benefit. Whether it's enough. That's my call as a policy. I get that. But I wonder if you have any sense of the public benefit from an engineering perspective.
So it definitely is a public benefit to have it up there. Is it by itself alone enough to service that entire area? Likely not. You'll need to ultimately loop it around like we planned for in the water liability study updates that we've done and the 20-year CIP we've looked at, capital improvements plan. But having that up there already as a connection point definitely provides a public benefit in redundancy and circulation in the future. But again, as a sole source, probably not enough to serve that whole area, but definitely a benefit when we connect it into a bigger loop.
Am I understanding you? It's a benefit when we go ahead and connect it to a larger loop? So.
Or would the larger loop stand on its own if that were put in?
As part of the larger loop.
Both are true. It probably has some capacity to service the surrounding area. Will it serve the entire area that could be impacted by Gelman? We need to study that further once that comes along. Like Stacy said, we have not been involved in the Gelman research or the court proceedings or anything like that. So we've only seen what's been presented to you guys. We know just as much as you guys do on the Gelman thing. So definitely more study is needed. But always having water main available and having a redundant connection. Would the loop stand alone on its own? Yes. But having a connection in the middle provides redundancy if you have a break somewhere that you don't take that whole large loop out of it. I mean, it's the same philosophy that we had with Liberty Road water main. Putting that in with the help of developers of Trailwoods and Scio and Woodview provides redundancy and reliability to the overall township water system so that if you have a break on Jackson Road, you're not solely relying on the tower. So having additional connection points in a larger loop is never a bad thing.
So if it terminates in front of the parcel, does someone across the street have to pay a tap rate just across the street, or do they pay a tap rate from Automall? How does that work, or is that, am I getting way ahead of myself?
I'd say you're getting ahead of yourself at that point. I mean, anybody who connects to a water main has to pay a tap fee. That's just the way it is. They have to pay a tap fee to Scio. They have to pay a tap fee that passes through to Ann Arbor. Anybody who connects would have to pay that regardless of where they connect to. You have people who are connecting new to Jackson Road that are paying those tap fees.
A follow-up question to that. So this is, the entire water main would be considered a public water main. And what would Scio's responsibility be should it go through and we don't, ever need to connect to it?
Scio would still have to maintain it just like every other dead end loop in the system. There would be annual maintenance. There is blow offs and flushing that would need to be done. But that's standard across the industry whenever you have a dead end loop. So regardless of if it connects to a larger system or if it stays the way it is, there's going to be maintenance for the township.
So we're adding Scio's responsibilities into this equation.
And then is it correct that this would not be an expansion of the water service area?
Correct. So there is a water service area, which I believe you guys have probably seen that map. It's green. It's from like 1992. There's also the contract district. The contract district encompasses nearly the whole township. So in terms of contract, the water contract district would not be expanding. Every time you add new water main anywhere, whether it's at Encore or Woodview or Trailwoods, your water service area expands. But those are two different things. So service area constantly expands. The contract service district does not. And this is in the water contract service district. So I believe the ordinance says that as long as they're in the water contract district, they can pay to have water service brought to them without having to do anything with Ann Arbor or anything like that.
Good to go.
Okay, so this also means that anybody who does a development in that area could pay to have the water main extended to that development.
Correct.
So
The water service contract district is much, much larger than the sewer. There's not as many limitations on water as there are on the sewer district. This is definitely outside of the sewer service district and the sewer contract district for that matter. But water contract district is much, much larger. And like I said, I believe the ordinance is written, or at least the standards are written, that if the developer pays to bring the water to them, they are allowed to have township water.
Other questions?
Just for clarification, you may not want to answer it because you haven't, but if this size pipe were to be called upon to service going northward on Wagner Road, say, because you find that we have a need, could you go, you say not the whole neighborhood, but how about down the road, a mile to the river, or whatever it is, 2 miles. Could it extend down that way if that should turn out to be where the plume is headed? And we find we have positive wells. Or is this not going to be helpful because it can only go another quarter mile and it's not gonna do much good? How big a pipe would you want to put in there?
Further study would definitely be needed. We have not looked at this as a standalone service at all in any of the projections. We've only looked at that larger loop as a 20-year possibility. So we would definitely need to model this further to be able to answer that question. But with Gelman so in flux, we don't have the data we need to say, oh, it's got to go this far, because there's so many factors. There's so many factors that play into that. I mean, there's elevations, there's
you don't know where it's got to go, Stacey.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't know where
we don't know that answer yet because we don't know where it's going to go.
And you don't want to.
Definitely further study would be needed, but to run those model iterations at this point would be.
Don't want you to do that. Not asking you.
But I totally understand. I'm just trying to make the point, like, without having more data of where those positive wells start popping up, or where they are in the township based on elevation and location and what other sources are available. Like there's too many iterations to run right now to be able to provide that answer.
You don't need to talk to that. We're not asking you to do that. But I would like to get one more sense, and that is people have referred to this future loop, northern loop. And I know it was a what if we need it type of plan that was never approved, but it was published. Documented, I should say.
how big did you get into the size of the pipes for that? So that we could get an
It would be
idea.
between a 12 and a 16. We've modeled both. But again, it depends on how big of a service area you're trying to service.
So 12 was the minimum, and what is this one?
Yep. 12 to 16.
Yes, and what was this proposed one for?
I believe it's a 12 coming north and then 8 within the site itself, but Tom can correct me if I'm wrong.
So it's 12 to the T on the road.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is sufficient to tie into a larger loop. There's no reason to upsize that.
Yeah. That sort of answers it, John. It's part of a previous study. It went a lot further.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So did you, either of you, participate in this, what's it called? Working group?
I believe we've
Yes,
been to, sorry.
Go ahead, Steve. No,
I
go
believe
ahead.
we've been to a handful of those meetings. I've been to some, Sally's been to some, Matt Parks has also been to some. So some combination of OHM has represented at those meetings, I believe at all of them.
Agreed.
And I know in your earlier remarks, you indicated that you too want to see the hydrogeological study done, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, but you're recommending to us tonight that we go forward without the benefit of the hydrogeological study. Is that your
Honestly,
recommendation?
yes. Honestly, the hydrogeo study information and discussions happened a little bit before our letter and a little bit after. So over time, that's kind of evolved into more of our recommendation. But I think that we could still keep our recommendation moving forward.
Say. The majority of the working group meetings happened after we issued our letter in March, and because there has not been a new plan submittal, we have not issued a new letter. But we're locked up with Doug on wanting to see this before this goes too far. Even if you were to approve it tonight and move it forward, they would have to do this before they proceeded with any other detailed engineering work.
Well, Doug is not recommending outright approval.
No, I understand that. I'm saying we're locked up with Doug on the hydrogeo study being required very shortly here.
What does that mean?
They would have to do that.
You're
They would have to do that hydro. Go ahead.
So let me just get this straight. Your recommendation tonight, irrespective of when your memo was dated, you're recommending that this planning commission tonight approve this preliminary PUD without the hydrogeological study. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have no discomfort or no concern about some of the possible outcomes of this geological study that could harm this community?
Well, there's always unknowns, but in talking with the applicant's hydrogeo experts, because they're going to hire another firm, and I'm not a hydrogeo expert by any means, they have assured us that they will do their due diligence. We can verify it. We can talk through the issues.
So
we can talk about the issues, and they have less concerns with a sewer system putting water in the ground than a well system taking it out of the ground.
Yeah, I think I heard that tonight. So this is my last question. I just heard you say you spoke with the experts of the KFC property developers. Is that correct?
Yes, they've been in attendance at a couple of those working meetings.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead.
I have a follow-up question. Do we have any documentation from Larry Lemke about his recommendation and review of the plan?
Well, that's who I met with. I didn't meet with the developers experts. I met with our experts. But anyway, I'll deal with that in my remarks.
All right, so we don't have any documentation.
So-
Jan, I know Larry was,
Yes.
Jan, I know Larry was prepping a report. I have not seen that specific report yet, so I don't know if it was provided directly to township staff, whether it was provided to Will or Mark or who. I have not seen a copy of that, so I don't know if that exists. But OHM has not been coordinating directly with Larry. That's been a township item of coordination.
So,
Well, I've met with Larry and I know what he recommended to the planning commission when we had meetings with him back in April 22. But anyway.
Okay.
So-
Commissioner Reiser.
and if I'm out of line, my apologies, but if we're going under the freeway with fresh water, why can't we take dirty water back? And that is the sanitary sewer. Couldn't we do, like, how much work, negotiation, would there be engineering, would there be in getting sanitary sewer there as well? Because the health, safety, welfare, and maybe it's nothing and I'm wrong, and you know, the Gelman thing, they're just so far apart, but never the twain shall meet, but the impact potentially to the Gelman plume and the private sewer, that's one of my concerns. So would having sanitary go under the freeway to serve there, as well as fresh, municipal water, what's your opinion of that viability?
In terms of getting the pipe there, it's doable. In terms of renegotiating the contract with Ann Arbor, that is a steep climb that will take probably a couple of years and multi-million dollars. The last time that contract was open, the township spent upwards of $8 million on improvements to the Ann Arbor sanitary sewer system to be able to handle the flows. That was pipes 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if you've ever heard of those.
But this is only 47 houses, and we've got several hundred REUs left. It's not like
I understand, but the water service contract area is set in stone by the contract with Ann Arbor. If you change that in any way, shape, or form, then the entire contract has to be renegotiated, which honestly takes years.
Did you say water service or because I'm looking at page 91 of our master land use, where they talk about sanitary service area, and in the red district, share my screen. It's so, would that take negotiation as well to put it across the freeway?
For water, no.
No, not for water, for sanitary sewer.
Sanitary sewer, yes. Any expansion of the sanitary sewer district reopens the entire contract with Ann Arbor.
And I would also say that from a planning standpoint, Scio has the ability to have the water and the sewer has been a tool to focus our
Concentrate development where we want it. No, I appreciate that. I really do.
Yeah, and even allowing water there, while it might provide a benefit in the future if we can't control the plume, it also opens up that whole area for anyone to tap into that water service. So
that is very true, Jan.
Because you can't stop it. It's there. You can
Request it and get it.
Right.
By
right, basically. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a planning issue.
Provided there's land there on which to put a development.
Correct. Right. So.
I'm just asking questions, not trying to start a fight. When does that contract come up with the municipality to our east for sanitary?
I can look that up for you. I don't know that date off the top of my head. I believe it renews in perpetuity unless there's written, let me see here.
So while she's looking for that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on with some considerations. Where are people at? I guess I want to say that, one, the fact that we don't have the plans, two, that we don't have a review from Lemke of the plan
We
document.
don't even have the work group document.
That's concerning. That information could be provided if it were postponed, but I also want to get people to, talk about the community benefit, the parallel plan, where folks are with the proposal.
Yeah, so I'm gonna focus on the proposal. We had that meeting, as Mr. Luan pointed out, December 20th of 2021, in which the proposal's approval did not pass. And one of the biggest reasons, in my estimation, it did not pass, we had a lot of conversation with the applicant about the plume and the building and density and road traffic. And after that, the planning commission decided that we needed a little more information. And I believe Jan set up a couple meetings with a few of us at a time, so there would be room for a Q&A interface with the Scio Township experts. And we met with Keith Gadway, we met with Lawrence Lemke. And Mr. Lemke recommended that we have the hydrogeological study done. And apparently that was put to the developer, that we wanted that done. And we met with these Gelman experts, the Scio experts, in April 11th. And I met with them and a couple other of the commissioners. We met April 11th of 2022. It was not unclear. It was not vague. And they explained why the recommendation was such. So apparently that was communicated to the developer, and yet we still don't have that. Now, I understand what the developer is asking for. They're asking us to approve the preliminary PUD with this configuration, where that wastewater treatment system would be. That way, they don't have to worry about all kind of alternatives about the hydrogeological study. And the problem that I have is that I'm not prepared to give you that. I'm not prepared to vote for that because I don't even understand at this stage. I was hoping the hydrogeological study would help educate us better about what's going on that property. I understand your need. I mean, you don't want to be moving here, moving there, moving there. I get that. But my need, okay, the citizens that we represent, we have a need to know what we're getting into here and how that will affect everybody and how that will affect potential buyers. So that's why my questions to Mr. Covert were as such. And I do remember you asking for that before when we were here back in December of 2021, which is you wanted us to pinpoint where, the wastewater treatment plan would be, and you're asking for that today. So there's no movement on the wastewater treatment facility being in a different location from you. There's no movement about lowering the density. And from your perspective, I guess I can understand it because more density is more money and can justify the project from your point of view. But I have to worry about the possible harm to the residents of the community. So it's for that reason that I will not be supporting approval of this preliminary PUD today. I was hoping we would be further along. It seems like we're just back to December 20th of 2021. I feel like there are, listening to OMH folks talking today, and it seems like there's a piece of information that this group knows and a piece of information that that group knows. And we don't have all the documents tonight. And I kind of wrote this down. Mr. Luan said he'd like the planning commission tonight to look at the work plan that came out of this subgroup. But we don't even have the work plan. How can I consider the work plan? I don't even know what it says in our decision, our consideration tonight in approving this preliminary PUD. So, and then I find out, you know, that we have a utility director that's not even on board with the water main idea. We have a utility director that's talking to us about that. We flush it out tonight and there's just a whole lot of stuff we don't know. But for me, the big thing is understanding the geology, this hydrogeological study. And I guess maybe I was just too naive. I thought that if we got that, we would be able to concretely and knowledgeably move ahead to try to work with you. But it seems like for whatever reason, I'm sure you have your reasons that are not based on where I'm, you know, where I'm coming from as a commissioner, planning commissioner. Nothing can be changed. And you want, before you invest, which makes a lot of sense to me, I'd probably be feeling the same way if I were in your shoes, that we have to approve this preliminary plan as is before you can go forward with the hydrogeo study. So for these reasons, I'm uncomfortable with it. I think there were several things that Mr. Luan has, even throughout the process, for instance, density has been a concern of his all along. And how we look at the density in the master plan and how you look at density in the PUD statute. And I remember Mr. Luan bringing this to our attention in 2021. So I hear you say the road commission has no problem with the traffic. I've lived in this area over 40 years. I know what Ann Arbor Dexter Road is. I've been up and down it many, many times. And I'm always concerned about the road commission's lack of concern about traffic. It amazes me. I guess they look at it like we can just put in more lanes and more traffic lights, and so we'll deal with that when it comes. But I'm concerned about that, and I am concerned about the density, as has been pointed out by Mr. Luan previous times. But I don't know how we can go forward with suspicion, guesstimates about this without this hydrogeological study. I mean, the whole problem around this project has been this Gelbin plume. And to your credit, you guys have been very creative. Your willingness to take on this water main issue, my hat's off to you. I think it's a creative solution in some ways. And then I find out I got a utility director that's really not even on board with that. So for those reasons, I would be a no vote on approving this preliminary PUD tonight.
I would like to say that I think Commissioner Moore has listed many concerns that I would second. But I do want to point out that in our December 2021 meeting, when we tried to come up with a vote or a motion that could pass the majority, and we couldn't. We included things that had to do with the parallel plan being unacceptable, and we did not find that. The majority did not find that acceptable, and it has not changed. The parallel plan has assumptions that you could build in areas that are realistically unbuildable in, except by extreme methods. So to propose that as a standard type of plan that we can compare this special cluster arrangement against is already false, and the majority did not find it acceptable. We tried very hard in our meeting to find common ground where we could find it acceptable, and we did not. It's changed. The study was supposed to be done before we considered it again. The study is not done. For that reason alone, let alone having the density proposed to be not only based on an unreasonable parallel plan, but to have this conservation recreation zone be considered to be lumped in with perhaps a wide open space that's flat, and that would get the highest density, and the recreation conservation area that has slopes and wetlands and trees in abundance to also have to be proposed to have 1 unit per acre rather than the 5 that an RC would have, or up to even 2.5 units per acre, which is what, I'm sorry, 1 unit per 2.5 acres, which is what low density residential could be considered. So to say this is in the low density residential area of the master plan, the future land use map shows that to be low density, and then to apply the highest density possible to this type of property is unreasonable. So it just seems that we're going one step over the line every time just to get as many units agreed to as possible.
Other commissioners?
Jeff? Yeah, seems like this whole conversation is about a what if something were to happen. You know, and I did a little bit of research on this dioxane and how dangerous is it. And seems like it's not terribly conclusive. It's probably carcinogenic, but not any really definitive tests. I can tell you it's definitely not good for you. And I kind of see this project as a, I kind of see the issues around this project as similar to that, to the dioxane. You know, it's might not hurt you, maybe, I don't know. But we're definitely taking a risky step, and I see no reason why we would have to approve this project. It seems like there is very little reward for a possibility of risk. I just, I think had we seen like the hydrological, geohydrological study done, then it might be a different conversation. And you know, I wasn't here in the previous planning commission when that was requested, but I don't think the applicant is interested in what the planning commission wants or has to say about this project. I think that it was already said that they would prefer to go to the board to let them decide. And so I think to grant their wish to go to the board, I think that I would move to deny this application.
One point of clarification is that, Commissioner, the experts will tell you, we could get a number of them to tell you that no concentration of dioxin is considered safe, which is the opposite of it's unsure whether it's safe or not. You know, that it's quite clear, the data shows. So just, I'm glad of your position, but
Yeah, well, from what I was reading, it's not as clear cut.
you do a card meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
I have
Mr.
a
Reiser.
question. I'm looking at our zoning ordinance, and I see that this is, you know, recreational conservation under section 36-74. And one of the conditional uses is it could be single family residential. And I guess, does that mean one house or one house per what?
5 acres.
So one house per 5 acres.
As a conditional use.
Right, so it could be conditionally used 5, and there's like 47 acres, and it's, you know, help me on the math here, is that 9? Unless it doesn't perk, generally on average?
9 if you set it out as a grid.
Right. And I look at, you know, we've got a model motion, but as importantly, we've got our codes, and it talks about, it's kind of a balancing for me, because when I look at the model motion, there are some things that I like about this. There are some features that I like about this. I really do. I don't know that it's going to have negative impacts upon surrounding properties. I couldn't find that, but we'll see what the model motion that somebody makes with. But when it comes back to me is it's got to be, shall be consistent with public health, safety, and welfare of the township. And I don't know that. And I don't want to just like, oh, we'll just stamp it now for preliminary, and then the board of trustees has to take some action when they get it back. So it's the health, safety, and welfare of the township with respect to the potential impact with the Gelman plume. And also, we've got increase in the need for the burden for public services, facilities, roads, and the utilities. So there's the utility factor, and then there's the public benefit. And there's a public benefit to having water there, but certainly it's maybe more of a benefit to those 47 houses than it is to the public. I don't want to be short-sighted, and it doesn't mean the public isn't going to think about it, benefit from it someday, but I don't know that there's sufficient public benefit for me. There are benefits and there are aspects about it that I do like, but I don't know, it's the lack of a sufficient public benefit for riser, and the health, safety, and welfare, and really health and safety, because Jeff, I'm telling you, dioxane is bad. There wouldn't be 30 years of litigation. There wouldn't be a 4th amended. There, you know, the word wouldn't be intervening, getting into the lawsuit if it weren't bad. I'm new to this commission, and I want to defer on the knowledge that you folks who have been here longer than I have had on this, with respect to the deliberations and your meeting with experts, Lemke, as it relates to health, safety, and the welfare. Those are really kind of my concern. But, you know.
Yeah, I think, I guess there are a couple things that are good. And I want to go back to the density thing. To me is a little more clear, because what you do is you look at what makes sense for that property. That's the whole reason why you can have these deviations and you have a PUD. And to me, there are 5 lots that are that we could push back on, and those are the ones that are in the bioreserve area. And you know, if we compromised on not approving those 5 lots, it would, I think, improve the plan. Do I think that the position of the community wastewater, I think that's probably the best place for it on the site because of the impacts on all of the other adjacent properties. You need to have the 200 feet from the other properties. You're dealing with stormwater. I'd rather have stormwater up front than a dumb building. I shouldn't say dumb building, a little fort, okay? However, my concerns are, again, and this gets back to the risk, we don't know. We had information about wanting the hydrogeological study ahead of time because of the community well, and the community well was the major concern. However, he also said that there should be the study done on the community wastewater. I think it's reasonable to say, I could hear them talk about it not being as essential, but we have no documentation. We don't have any kind of feedback from our consultant specifically on this change. However, my concern is you kind of turn the tables by, there's a possible community benefit of having the water, but I also see more development pressure in areas where we don't want development to be easier. We want to focus at Jackson Road corridor, increase density there, and really keep more open space. I think they did a great job with the open space, on this particular PUD. However, my concern is that we may have, conserved this, but we've also put at risk way more because of providing access to water. So that really makes me conflicted, and whether or not I would change my mind, even if this was, the hydrogeological study and so forth came out. Because that's my concern, is it really puts development pressure elsewhere.
Good point.
So I guess hearing that, I guess I would want to ask the petitioner, we could, I don't see this being a motion for approval, whether or not
That would take place.
that would take place. There could be a postponement because we obviously did not get adequate plans and so forth, and the trustees are going to be PO'd that, have we done our job and fully considered these things? I think there are a bunch of things to consider. So I guess the question is, we can postpone, or we can have a motion to actually deny.
Those are the two options that I see happening.
I don't think the applicant's asking for a postponement. I think they want to go to court.
Well, there was a motion that wasn't second. You said you had, I thought you made a motion, but I didn't hear it seconded, so I just assume it died.
I haven't made a motion.
Nope.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to make a motion.
No.
No, I'm
Is
not
there, I'd be interested in just hearing from the applicant, postponement, denial, and you can get moved on to the Board of Trustees.
I guess I'll start, and then you guys fill in everything I missed. I was trying to make some notes to there. One of the, and I'll kind of start backwards here, the possibility of future development with the extension of water. And, Doug may be able to chime in on this a little bit there. Typically, the density that gets expanded from public utilities is the sewer system. It's not the water. This development that we have here, we could do individual wells, and it doesn't matter. Take the Gelman plume aside for a minute. We could do individual wells there and accomplish the same thing. So the water is not driving the density. Bringing sanitary sewer to a vacant parcel kind of drives the density on that. So just to clarify that if you bring water.
In normal circumstances, but this isn't an area that is subjected to the plume. So it would.
So unless you're going to put a moratorium on all building in Scio Township, which you guys may decide to do, but the water typically, again, take the plume out of it, water typically doesn't drive the density, it's a sanitary sewer, and it's.
But I don't think we can take the plume out of it. Yeah.
Therein lies our
People like to
problem.
We would.
So like I said, put the plume aside, typically bringing sewer in is what drives the density.
No, what drives the density is our zoning and our master plan.
That's
This
true.
project would
Yes.
not be, hold on. Project would not be even in the stars if it weren't for a PUD. So that's what's allowing the project to happen in that area.
To the density that we're requesting, yes. If we would go to the master plan and do a straight zoning and come in and do what the master plan, that would be.
Yes.
So you are correct on, there's an additional 10 units that are there because of the PUD. You're correct on that.
Well, I mean, you go back to 37 minutes.
Well,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but
Right, we
the
can-
the PUD gets you that, you are correct, that the PUD gets you at that. The location on the water, or where the wastewater treatment plant would be, where the hydrogeologic study would take place. Again, going back to the 2021 meetings and so forth, we are proposing a community well at that point. And through the discussions with Mr. Lemke and all the other parties involved there, it was determined that, well, if we can bring municipal water in, that alleviates the majority of the concern there. So we had those meetings, they met and said, okay, yep, that's my biggest concern was a community well, let's do this. So going back to the specific location, if you guys were to, if you guys were to agree on everything else except for the study and the location, and we had certainty, I guess we could ask for a postponement, but what we don't want to do is ask for a postponement, spend $100,000 on a study, and then come back and somebody say, well, we don't like the layout. We don't,
Move the
so.
goalpost on you.
Move the
No, I
goalpost on us.
appreciate
So that is, again, it's chicken the egg type thing, and again, looking at the harm, if this was to move forward, it still goes to the planning commission again. It still goes to final. It still does there. So the harm to the community, there's no harm until it gets through final site plan approval, which, as you mentioned, is 3-4 meetings away. So there are still all sorts of stop gaps that can, we move this forward, we do a study, and the study comes back and says, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. You have the ability to stop it. You're not giving final site plan approval. All you're doing is laying out a geometry of where things are gonna lay, so we can do the study to say, this works or it doesn't work. It's our risk to do that, but at our standpoint, do we know that you're not gonna come back and say, that's great, Sean, you did the study, but we need to get rid of 10 units, 20 units. We don't like that layout. Can you change the plant and put it up in the front of the site? So that is kind of where the push came, not push came to shove, but where the difference came from. Especially, we felt comfortable asking this after we looked at bringing the municipal water to the site and the giant concern of a municipal or community well came from. And I believe your experts, as well as ours, said that was the majority of the concern on there. So that's kind of how we got from point A to point B. And I know you guys were all part of those meetings there, but that's how, we didn't just come in and say, we haven't done anything, let's just try it again a year later. I mean, we've been working hard on that.
And I could add, the one thing is, like I said, we heard on the water and we didn't take that risk because the experts said there is those potentials out there. So we found an alternative. We didn't. We're confident enough in this. You still have the ability if it comes back bad, but everybody, including your experts talking to ours, say it's a reasonable risk or an assumption that we will find what everybody believes there with the information that's out there today, that it would be an acceptable manner and not hurt the health, safety, and welfare. Because if we do this test, now it's a risk, it could come back bad, But just like that, we tested the well, everybody thought we'd find something. It was Scio Township's consultant that tested it, and it was fine.
The problem is that we don't have that information before us.
We don't either.
No, we don't have. the
But what does it matter?
information. We don't have the reports. from-
How do they not have the reports?
Can I, may I speak?
Go ahead and speak.
I've been doing this for about 27 years now. And it is frustrating to me that we work so hard as consultants to get this information to the township, to share with the decision makers. We have and schedule these meetings. We have conversations. I have emails, literally that fire email I have shared with almost everybody at the township. To have Doug say he doesn't have a copy of it is frustrating. To submit the work plan and have that, that's frustrating. I'm with you. That's so frustrating. I can't do anything more other than set up a link and share it with you all to see the project information. Because that's what I've done with everybody at the township here when I submit things. This is frustrating. 27 years.
That should not happen.
It
I agree
shouldn't.
with you. But the question to me right now is, we got the impression that you wanted an up or down vote tonight, and we're prepared to do that. Or do we postpone it and look at these other reports and these things? And I think you're right. I think we need something from Mr. Limke with regard to his saying that the water and all that.
So we've had meetings that he's attended. There's been additional meetings after that he's attended. We haven't received information from those meetings. We don't know what you're seeing from those. So
We paid for it. He isn't doing this for free. We paid for your consultant to do this. We're frustrated. That's why an up and down vote. How do we get out of this circle? We don't know how to do it. We're trying to find it. Don't disagree with some of the information you want. We've paid for it. We can't get out of this loop.
So I still have two concerns.
Yes.
The study isn't here. The rest of the data isn't here, I should say. And the density is still a big question in my head, whether we have placed the correct normal development parallel plan up against the density that is being proposed here for PUD.
I guess I would look at it differently with the density piece, is what's most appropriate for this piece of property. And I think those 5 lots, you could make the argument that it would be a much better project without those 5 lots.
5 lots of
That are in the bios,
reserve.
yes. And I don't know what that does to the
Is
density
that
or
something
whatever.
that you would take into consideration?
I mean, we could swing those 5 lots to the west side of the plan to remove them out of the fire reserve.
On a site with 47 units, and I know this is gonna sound like developer, but we are in an affordable housing crisis, and there's not a whole lot in A&R where that's affordable to begin with, so I get that. But every single meeting we go through, every study we do, everything costs the same. And then this is not a Trailwinds or Trailwoods where we have 280 lots to spread all these meetings. They did the same studies as we're doing. We've got 47 lots to spread it over. They've got 200 and some. So does some of the economics make a difference on a small site like this? They do. So from a density, would 3 lots make a difference to the traffic out in front, the school bus that picks up the kids? 3 lots isn't even a blip on the traffic studies radar. So, but what it is a blip on is the economics of a development of this size. So I know you think it's just developers, and yes, we're.
No, I don't think that. No, that's from a business standpoint.
But from it does make a difference on a small scale site like this. So yes, those 5 lots do represent, a significant amount to, because like I said, everything's just gonna be spread over the houses, so.
What I need to support this is, there's this group, Coalition for the Action on Remediation of Dioxane and Scio Residents for Salt Water, Safe Water, Safe Water. And so there are these groups that have been tracking this, and there are these experts who know more about this than I do. So I'm gonna rely on people who know about the safety, the health, safety, and welfare of the impact. And if they say, oh, that's just sand, and this is down here, and yeah, there's this horseshoe kind of around the parcel where we've got various findings of dioxane, but for some reason that's different, and never the twain shall meet, then that's a different decision for me. I honestly, and if they say, well, you're not gonna suck water out of the water table, it's all, they're so separate, then I likely support your project. But I need peace of mind that the health, safety, and welfare of that plume, that they're not gonna be intersected. And I don't want it now and just like not rubber stamp it, but approve it and send it up to the Board of Trustees and say why we wanted this. Like, now's the time to get the things, because that's kind of what this body, it's a pain in the ass for you guys, and I apologize for that. It's not great for us either, but this has to be parsed at this commission. We need this data to make, I think, informed decisions for the benefit of the resident.
Could you approve it with the condition of we do the study and you prove everything else?
We already tried to get the study done and it hasn't been done.
No, what I'm saying is could you approve everything else conditional upon, because you guys can you can recommend anything to the board, but could you recommend approval conditional on
I just don't want,
the study?
Yes, we could.
I
But
don't
I'm
know
not
what
willing
you're
to do
saying.
that.
Are you
I'm not
saying
willing to do
approve
that.
the preliminary PUD?
Conditioned on the satisfactory of the study from your consultant, whoever. I'm not sure who reviews that, whether it's Lemke or OHM, but conditioned on there. So you're basically approving the other stuff, conditioned on that if we go do that study, because then that gives us, comfort of the rest of the stuff is there. And we understand, it's the study's gotta get done regardless. I mean,
Yeah,
nobody.
you already said you'd do it, but you can tell we're uncomfortable.
I know, so I'm trying to find a common ground to give you comfort, to give us comfort,
But
so.
here's the deal, I'm one guy. These people might say, oh, no, we're not doing it. Don't take what.
No, I get that, and I'm trying to find a compromise and a comfort level between you and us, because we all know the study needs to get done. What we're trying to do is get a comfort level is, if everything else is good, can you do it conditioned on?
Oh, well, I have an issue.
If we go with the condition.
Because I have not reviewed the whole package.
Right. It's our fault too, that we haven't
It
reviewed.
isn't our fault. We cannot.
It's not my fault.
Say we.
It's not my fault either.
I'm on the
But I
planning
think
commission.
as a township, it is our fault.
If it
I
was,
see
I'm a very detailed person. You could imagine everybody would have had each study. Or I wouldn't have put it on the
We're
docket,
getting
knowing we
a-
didn't have each
Hang
study.
on.
Back and forth.
Yeah, we're going back and forth a little bit. Hang on.
Order.
To go forward, he has only
Okay,
12
okay,
bucks.
yeah.
So we are going
My
back.
issue is, I haven't had time to really think about and deliberate on extending that water main. This whole, the whole project rests on that the water main is a good idea. Okay, it is for that
47.
for the, yes, for those
Yeah.
lots, that is the only way I think we can get, I shouldn't say guarantee, but work on the safety of the lots. But I don't,
We have a utility director that's not even on board with that. How are we gonna approve a project where our utility director's not even on board with that?
and that's, I just want to have that consideration. And if, and that's a part of, looking at the planning and getting some more feedback from what the likelihood is of needing that water in that area. Because if we don't need that water in that area,
It's not a benefit.
it's not a benefit. So that's my,
Well, my thinking of benefit is if there are dioxane wells that are in that area, or there might be, then water in that area
Is a
would be
good
a
thing.
good, would be a good thing. So I'm thinking Galvin impact down the road.
Can I say that I
Potentially.
believe that the agreement in the third consent judgment, I'm not sure. I'd have to ask, say Kathy Noel, who knows the legal details. But I believe that Gelman is required to pay for the extension of water into areas that reach the legal limit, which I think in the third consent judgment was 7.9 or something.
which is
Pardon me?
which is crazy.
Yeah, it's a high number, but the developer wouldn't have to pay for it, the homeowner wouldn't have to pay for it, the township wouldn't have to pay for it. So where's the benefit of having something nearby if it's going to be brought in anyway? Under the consent judgment? Now, I want to check that out.
Speed, but
Speed? No, you'd still
mean
have
it
to
would
drill
be
from
there.
there. All you're saving is the speed of going under the freeway.
I mean, it would be
Yeah.
there and available as opposed to you have to engineer the whole thing, but
Or litigate it.
Is there a motion
Yeah,
on the
right.
floor?
no. We don't have a
Chair
motion.
calling a motion? Calling for a motion?
No, I think she was trying to get a sense from these gentlemen, whether or not they want to think about it, come back and regroup, or they want to up or down vote tonight.
And we got the sense.
May I ask them?
And I'm saying, could we answer that?
You asked.
Just
We would
that.
like,
Yes.
given you don't have the information, we'd like to postpone it, get you the information the next day or two. We don't know why you don't have it, but if the township can't get it to you, we will get it to you. Anything we have. We would respectfully request if you have something from Mr. Lemke that
Yeah,
we could possess, we paid for it, we'd sure like to see it.
yeah, we need to get something.
And we'll get the same from our consultants because it's there. There's nothing that.
We have time to do that because the next meeting is the 12th.
Okay.
Is that, yes?
Just let me mention that, so we, just so the planning commission knows, it's unusual if the plan wasn't in your packet. Right. So we put together, I work with township staff to put together the packet. We go over what should be in the packet. I would guess the site plan was put into your packet and there was some technical difficulty. It'd be very unusual that that just wasn't done. Now, I will say, I will take responsibility for that. If I didn't, in this case, double check the entire packet after we discussed what was supposed to be in it. So I didn't go over it after it got published. I just found out tonight that it wasn't, obviously it should have been in the packet. So I will take, I should have checked. I will double check. So I will take responsibility for that.
Can we get the work group plan too?
Yeah, well, so what I meant by work group plan is the working, their plan, their Geo work plan.
Their proposed plan.
Yeah,
Oh, I see. I'm
and
sorry.
I'm fairly certain that that plan was sent to Larry Lemke for his comment. And so we should either have that or we should be getting that, so.
Yes, we should.
And then we also need the updated parallel plan and sort of the updated submittal from the people. I think they were just, yeah. Okay, so is that a reasonable motion for, it would also give us a little bit of time to consider the impact of the water main extension.
And I just as, yeah, I mean, you have this letter from the utility director. Can we get a copy of that? Because that's another major issue. I'll make a motion to postpone this project to our next meeting. Is that June 12th?
To give the township and the applicant time to
Postpone
provide
or
the
table or
information.
what?
Yeah, postpone.
Postpone.
To table is to the end of the agenda. Postpone is to another date.
At the front of the agenda?
Through all the years of having Robert's Rules meetings, I learned the difference recently in a seminar.
Are we gonna hear from our own expert between now and then?
Yes,
Because it was
and if
sent-
we don't have it, then we
You-
need to
you get it.
communicate with these gentlemen and let them know we don't have it. And we need to
Don't
put
put
it
it
on
on
a
the
different
agenda.
meeting. I don't think we need another meeting without having all the information. Does everybody understand? I mean, I would not.
And would it be appropriate for our expert to be invited via Zoom or in person, or no, Doug? To ask questions of. I mean, we have our engineers here.
Yes, we can. It would be our, we
Seems
could,
like a good idea.
yeah, we can do that. And so it would be subject to his availability.
Right,
So the
so-
postponement won't be to a specific date. It will be to getting the information we need or the information that has been missing. Confirm that our consultant can zoom in.
Do we need to delineate the additional information?
So just so we're clear about,
Yeah.
I want to ask a question.
okay, go ahead.
Do we need to delineate the additional information?
If we're gonna
for the
base the
minutes?
scheduling the meeting, yeah. So it would be the work plan, the updated applicants' planning submittal, response from the township consultant on the work plan, and the consultant's attendance at the meeting.
Did you want
Anything
utility
else?
director to comment?
And the utility director's
Updated comment.
updated comments.
And would it also be nice to know if we can get it from OHM, what when the sewer contract is done and all that, and when does that run out?
Okay, and
But that's still a 7 or 8 year.
but the.
Is it? Because I've heard it was.
So I
short, too.
can answer the sewer question for you right now if you'd like.
Oh, that'll
The
save us one thing.
The current contract runs out as of December 31st of 2023. Unless there is written agreement between the township and the city from either side to terminate that agreement, it will automatically renew for another 10 years till 2034. And then beyond that, it goes from, if there's no action by the end of 33, it goes to 42, and it goes on from there. But as of right now, at the end of this year, if there is no action to terminate that agreement, it automatically renews with the same conditions to 2034.
And that's for the
sewer.
That is sewer only.
So 7 months to terminate. What about renegotiate? What
There's
about
nothing
Ron?
in the current contract about renegotiation language. It's only termination. So that's a question that
We got all the.
somebody at the township will have to answer, because I only have the actual written agreement. I don't have the history there. I can ask on my end as well. I know Kent Gurley was involved back then. I can ask and get back to you with that. But as for what's written in the agreement, it's only termination, not renegotiation.
Okay, so we have thank you. We have a motion on the table.
So motion to postpone the KFC preliminary approval hearing,
No,
public hearing, okay.
no, there's just
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, for us to get a response from Lemke, and I want to be clear about this, this is a response from Mr. Lemke with regarding their working sessions. And as I understand from the developer, they said that Mr. Lemke thought that with the water main idea, that would alleviate our concerns about.
Not alleviate, that was the majority.
Majority of the concerns.
We need to know what Mr. Lemke is saying.
That's absolutely fine. We'd rather have him tell you.
Okay, and also for Mr. Lemke about our need for the hydrogeological study.
For the wastewater treatment.
And that would be.
Just chair.
And have him present at the meeting. So he can answer questions. And
In the working group plan, I think Doug clarified that there was no work group plan.
There's a work plan.
The plan that he was talking about was what, pardon me?
Work plan.
It's called a work plan from Eagle.
Oh, okay, so that's something we need to see. Okay,
And the current submittal from the applicant.
Submittal. An applicant. Okay. Motion postponed.
Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Hyde
No.
is, or by Commissioner Moore, and was that a support from Commissioner Hyde? Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Hyde, can you do a roll call vote?
Yes. Mr. Human,
No.
Mr. Sharma, Commissioner Sharma.
No.
Commissioner Reiser.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde, yes. Commissioner Culberson.
Yes.
If the motion passes 4-2-2, 4-2-2.
So we have a postponement until we get gather that information.
I hope we have an understanding that we would not meet if we don't have these things.
We won't call this.
I mean,
On the agenda.
but that would push things out for you, so. I dare say, because I'm not in control of these things, but, yeah, I guess we vote up or down if we don't have. it.
So the availability of Mr. Limke, which can be obviously a little bit is an unknown, you know, at what point is there comfort that, if again, it would come from you guys 100%, but if you could get written correspondence, if he.
It's either the June 12th is our next meeting, and then the following is a designated work session, so it would be after that.
So I just, you know, I don't know what his schedule is and what he has golf league or whatever, and, you know.
And
but-
we can always schedule a special meeting, but that obviously does cost.
So it could, Doug, is that something you could follow up with Lindsay about?
Does this go to the plan, to the Board of Trustees only if we?
We have to make a
vote up or down?
recommendation.
Right, okay.
We can deny it, approve it, or approve it with conditions under our ordinance.
And then it goes forward. But postponing does not.
Okay. All right, then thank you very much. And
As a longtime corporate citizen, I appreciate you guys working with us. We've been here doing all sorts of developments in the township forever, so thank you for working through this with us.
Thank you for working with us.
All in a day's work, you know.
all right, so okay, new business, site plan 23008, Scio View Air Housing. And thank you for your patience this evening.
That wasn't a convincing sure. That's okay, though.
Yeah, thank you.
We did get the submittals from you guys. And I kept going.
Thank you for taking the time.
Last time, obviously. Evening, yeah,
Good evening, yeah.
welcome.
Thank you for all taking the time to hear us. So I hope this won't take very long, but I just, first I want to say that the reason we're here is unfortunately the original builder passed away unexpectedly in this project. And so there was a change necessitated from that. And so I had known the original builder and worked with him, and they had to come up with a solution. And after interviewing other builders, they made a selection of us to succeed them on this project. So as my letter points out, I think it's good to mention all the things that we're not doing. So this is an approved project. It was a PUD. It's this, I think, known as the Smith property. It's an approved project. The roads are in. Homes were already being built. And there's 5 homes that were under construction. So we're not asking to change the unit count. We're not asking to change the roads. We're not asking to make any changes to the infrastructure or anything whatsoever. The only reason that we have to be here is that we had one builder that was building one type of home, one home style design. And we're a different builder and we're building a somewhat different floor plans in essence. And so as we developed our portfolio, I started to have discussions with Doug about how what we were doing was different from what the original builder was doing. And so I highlighted what those differences are. They're just a few, but it was thought to be, Doug thought it best, rather than allowing us to proceed, thought it best that we come before the Planning Commission with what those changes are so that you could review them and opine on that as to whether we could proceed forward. So our, really, I would say we have two changes from what was in place, two changes. And one was the original builder had one floor plan, and that floor plan had a certain width to it, 62 feet, 8 inches. The development has an approved, in the development, as you tend to have in all developments, you have a building window. All building has to take place within the window. It can't extend beyond the window. The building window for this project was 62 feet, 8 inches. So the builder's plan was as wide as what was fully allowed. As you can see from the design, it's a 62 unit community. They're arranged with 31 pods, I tend to call them pairs, 31 pairs making up 62 units. Well, when the original builder's homes were built at 62 feet, 8 inches, that left the space between the two homes, it left it at 5 feet. It was a 5-foot separation.
So like 2.5 foot setbacks?
Yeah, basically, yes. So that's but that was approved and that's what they were allowed to do. And Doug can speak to that with the history.
Not for a lawnmower.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. And so when we designed our home plans, we kept the original plan. When we acquired the rights from the original builder, we did acquire that building plan. So we still have that plan in our portfolio. So we still have the 62 foot, 8 inch plan. But from talking, the project wasn't selling very well. It was selling quite slowly. They'd only sold 4 homes over the course of a couple of years. And so we were talking with people who were interested in evaluating the plans and seeing what was not really going well with the plans. And we're quite experienced in building homes, I would say, building condo communities for, I would say, it's not age restricted by statement, but for the most part, we sell to empty nesters and people that are, say, plus 50, though we're not age restricted. So we have a good experience with that. We're very successful with that. And so we have a sense of what people are looking for. We talk to people why they weren't buying, and we address those in our plans. In preparing our plans, we have basically two plans, and they don't need to be 62 feet, 8 inches wide. One plan is 45 feet wide and the other plan is 58 feet wide. So 58 and 45 was less than the 62. So consequently, we don't need to be only 5 feet apart. We can spread our homes a little bit farther apart. And, but that's different than what was originally, how it was originally conceived, I guess. It was originally conceived, I guess, that these homes would be 5 feet apart. So, in talking to Doug, I said, I'd like to be able to move our homes farther apart than just 5 feet. And Doug raised a very good concern because he asked, he says, well, what would be the greatest you could move yours apart based upon your new plans? And I have 2 plans that are 45 feet, or they're 45 foot wide. So that's 17 feet less than what was being used, so that we could be 35, 40 feet apart. And Doug said, I just don't think that's a, and I'm speaking for him, but I just don't think that's a good idea to have these wide variations. So I suggested that we be allowed to pull the homes apart no more than 15 feet. So they had been 5, but that we'd be allowed to pull them apart no more than 15 feet. However, no pair of homes next to each other could be more than 5 feet more or less than the home it was next to. So if a pair of homes were 5 feet apart, then the next pair could be no greater than 10 feet apart, a 5 foot difference. And then the next pair could be 15 feet apart, a 5-foot difference. And the idea being is that it would be such a gradual change as you went down the street from 5 to 10 to 15, that you wouldn't notice that. But no more than 15, no less than 5, falling in between there with no more than a 5-foot difference between pairs of homes. So that was the first change. The second change was many of our clients, and we're building a very similar community to this over in the city, in Pittsfield Township, just east of the city of Saline. And we have a similar clientele, mostly empty nesters, active retirees, people returning to Ann Arbor area to be near children and grandchildren. And a lot of our clients, probably 4 out of 5, like to build screen-in porches off the back of the home. They like a screen-in porch. Well, this project was approved with wood decks, treated wood decks, no more than 10 feet deep. So I asked Doug that I would like to be able to build screened-in porches off the back. And instead of being limited to 10, I'd like to be able to go out to 12 feet. So 12 feet out from the home, screened-in porches. So those were our 2 asks, basically, to be able to separate the homes more than 5 feet based upon the plans we offer, and to be able to build screen-in porches.
What would the rear setback be with that?
Well, it's still within I'd say it's still within the building window that's been set up within that. Though there is when you have a site condo, it is treated not as individual sites, it is treated as one large site. And our side and rear and front yard setbacks are extreme, and we have 100 feet or so. So our distance on the top of there, our distance to the property line is, I'm going to say we're probably 75 feet or something like that.
So you want to be able to build screens, 12 feet, or screens and or decks?
Yeah, we're currently allowed to do decks, but yeah, decks up to 12 feet, screen-in porches to 12.
Your deck to the next guy's deck because we're that close, or no?
Oh, no, not that. It's, again, I'm talking about from the back of the home out. And our homes would be, the separation that I'm talking about would be anywhere from 5 to 15 feet apart. But the decks are behind the homes, not on the sides. Am I answering your question? Yeah.
When you vary the size of the house dimension, are you changing the square footage, from the original?
Yeah, the original plan approved was square footage. Is that what you're asking? The original plan was, I think, about 2,153 square feet. Yeah, about 2,153, I believe. Maybe 2,179, somewhere in there. Our plan set, we have a ranch plan that's our smallest ranch is 1,853. So we are somewhat smaller.
So some of them will be smaller.
Yeah, we have a ranch plan, it's 1853. We have another ranch plan that's 2,350. So we have one plan that's somewhat smaller and one plan that's somewhat larger than the original approved, which again is still in our portfolio as an offered plan. So
A variety of dimensions and a variety of.
weren't the original going to be somewhat craftsman-y?
yes, and we meant to hold to that as well. So we
Prop a couple of these up, Craig, as we're talking about it, like a show and tell.
Yeah, will they sit up on the?
You're trying to figure out how,
that's-
so there's the Arlington,
yeah, so
and then I'll get the Cambridge.
But I'm thinking of like,
But
they
here-
had more porches and the
yeah,
they had the
so
pillars. And
I would say there were the elements that were in the plan were elements that we've tried to bring in as well. The biggest would be side entry garages. So every plan remains side entry garage. Second would be items such as posts and stone bases. So it's a little hard to see, but posts and stone bases. Second, there was no use of brick in the plans. It was, to the extent there was a hard surface being used, it was stone. So we have the stone being used. Prepared, pre-painted premium siding is being used. Open gables would be something like an open gable like this, an open gable like this, where the front is the back wall there is really the back wall of that. So that's a front post that's put up there. The use of shakes, board and batten, in addition to lap siding. A simplistic window design in a sense, not a colonial window grill design, such as here you'd see like it's just a one vertical, one horizontal, and none underneath. The use of just square surfaces. We have some metal roofs on, some accent metal roofs, and some boxed out windows.
So, but that's not that craftsman-y, that's not that craftsman of a look to me. Not that it has to be craftsman, but that's certainly different than what was envisioned.
Well, I would say,
well, like, you know, sometimes the pillars go in.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Gambrel, or I don't know what the term is.
Yeah, so, and we can do, now what we also allow our clients to do is we do allow them to customize the elevations as well. So if they prefer a little bit more look like that, we can do that. But in terms of, I would say, in my opinion, maybe we have a difference. I would say that in terms of, this isn't brick, this isn't two-story entries, this isn't colonial style. And so in that particular style, I think that's where we try to adopt those aspects of those plans.
So before we had one design?
He had one floor plan with a few different elevations on it.
Few different elevations?
Yes.
Do you have the picture of those elevations? I can't make.
Yeah, I think it was in our material, it was in our, very tight there, yes, sir, that you have. So one of the other questions that was asked to me was ridgeline. I think ridgeline's an important one. So the difference in ridgeline between the original plan and this plan, these are 3 foot 9 inches taller ridgeline than on that plan. So not very much, but still somewhat taller. And then the fourth aspect of our presentation or difference was that the original plan were all ranch designs. They were all ranches. And so what we found is that some of our buyers are looking for an extra bedroom and a bathroom. And when you're doing a ranch plan, it might be a 2-bedroom, like the original plan approved was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath with a study or flex room. So if someone wants to add an additional bedroom or bath, their only option in that approach was to go to the lower level. And not every client wishes to go have their finished space be in the lower level, and especially on this site, many of the sites are what I would call a standard or flat lot. There's no view out or walkout aspects to it. All these ones in the middle in here, the entire lower level is undergrade. So many times people really would prefer not to go underground and would like to go up. So our plans, they're all master bedroom on the first floor. Two of the plans are ranch plans, and 2 of these plans are 1.5 story plans. But as you can see in looking at them, you can't tell which ones are the 1.5 story and which ones are the ranch plans. And so what it is, this is the ranch. And this plan here is basically this same floor plan on the first floor with a bedroom and a bath added on the second floor. And but you can't necessarily tell that difference there in terms of the height of and this one here, this is the ranch plan, and this is the 1.5 story plan. So they're meant to, from the road, they're going to present as all ranches, no real distinction between them. But it will give those particular buyers some opportunities to add above grade space for a bedroom or a bath. So it's user friendly, I would say, in that regard.
How does a 2nd story window make it look like a ranch? Help me on that one.
Well, the way, I mean, how are you asking? How are we able to pull that off? Yeah. Well, what happens is
the ranch is not first 1 story.
Ranch would be all living on 1 floor.
Okay.
A 1.5 story in our lexicon means master bedrooms on the first floor, but there would be a secondary bedroom or a bathroom on the second floor. A 2-story would be defined in our business as a master bedrooms on the second floor. And so 2-story master bedrooms on the second floor, 1.5 story master bedrooms on the first floor, but you have some second floor space. And a range plan, all you have is first floor living space. And so what we've done though is we've built the bedroom and the bath to the back of the unit as opposed to from the front, so you don't see the exposure is off the rear of the unit, not off the front. So the streetscape remains the same. So what we've done is we've designed product, and as a builder, what do we have to do? We have to be able to sell our product. We have to find sales at a certain speed that allow us to build out the community properly. The initial community had sold 4 homes over the course of 2, maybe 3 years, not going very well. I think those designs that you're looking at there, they have certain aspects that make them seem very attractive, but the floor plans themselves, and I alluded this in my letter, the floor plans themselves were not very functional or attractive to buyers. And so in order to get that look, the inside, you could get a look on the outside that maybe looked wonderful, but the inside was not attractive. And and not to say that there weren't buyers, because they did sell 4 of them. But at the price point and the rate at which these homes have to be purchased from the developer, the Smiths, selling at a couple a year isn't a viable option. And in addition, the 4 homes that were sold at such a price that the actual cost of building exceeded the purchase prices paid by the buyers. So it's an unusual business where it costs you $30,000, $40,000 to build a home for what you sold it for. So it just was not a good business model. Nevertheless, as I said, we have kept that plan in our portfolio. We are offering that original plan. What we've seen though is we've had 13, 14 reservations, contracts that are denoted here. All buyers have had the opportunity to buy that original plan. Not a single one has chosen.
And I'll add that quite a few of the buyers that we have were people that passed on the community, even though they loved the location, because they were desiring, even though they wanted to be handicap accessible, all first floor living, they still wanted the interiors to be open. And they purchased a lot of these are from people that were looking previously.
Yeah, I would say one of the biggest aspects of the original plan that didn't work was when you walked in the front door, you could not see out the rear of the home from the front. You just, if you stood in one spot, you could see through the living room, down a hall, through the laundry room, and out a 2-foot wide window to the rear. And the ability to access the deck, you had to walk through a bedroom or a flex room to get to the deck. The staircase was in the wrong location at the back of the home. The windows on the front, the only windows really were on the front. They were covered by an extended front porch, so the units were quite dark inside. So the public was really sort of speaking. Our desire is to, and I will just say, I didn't give any of my history. I've been building homes in the Ann Arbor Saline area for 32 years. We've done about 1,200. We've done 25 communities, very successful communities. We're well known. Our homes are sought after. Realtors advertise that they're buying one of our homes in a sense because we build very good quality homes. And we know a good thing about design and what people are looking for in design. So we think, you know, our buyers are, and the other thing that we do, which is quite unique, in fact, nobody does this, is that even though these are condominiums, we customize them for every single buyer. So we're the only builder where if you come, we say, you know, we have floor plans and we have these, but we'll move walls around, we'll move staircases around, and we'll work with you to make sure that you get an input in every single item that's going on. And so builders don't tend to offer custom condos. Nobody does that. It's very challenging. And so buyers like that opportunity. our buyers tend to say, hey, this is the last home I'm intending to buy. Why is it that I get the least choice when I'm buying my last home? And we say, well, you shouldn't have to do that. You can have the best choice.
And your Gallery Park Homes LLC?
Yes. And so
And they're all asking for the screen porches.
the screen porches, yeah, the screen porches is a big, so however, I would say, if the planning commission felt no, that it's really important that we keep the homes 5 feet apart, not a problem. We can keep them 5 feet apart, even though my homes I don't need the entire building window. I can take 2 45-foot wide homes and put them 5 feet apart and have more space out to the sides. One of the problems with that 5-foot distance though, is you can't grow any grass or anything in there. So we're gonna have to fill it with stone. It's very problematic, and so with our homes, we're gonna have less impervious surface, more open ground to absorb the water. And especially given that site that we are with the river, we have a creek that's to the south, and in our stormwater runoff, we should be better. But so we can survive if the homes have to be 5 feet apart. We just think it would be better if we could pull them a little farther apart, depending upon the plans we have. Secondly, we really would like screened-in porches. If you determine that screened-in porches just really don't work, are not permissible, then we can live with that too. So we can still sell. Our clients will be, somewhat disappointed because a lot of people would like that, especially when a lot of these people are downsizing. And so they want to be able to have some extended space, especially in the summertime, and they're looking to live on 1-story living. So we're able to build that screen porch on the same first floor level so they can add 12 by 12 and extend their living space out into that area. So those two things are really the two that we asked about. Doug thought also good to mention that we wanted to do the 1.5 stories. We worked to try to hide the 1.5 story and still keep a ranch look. And secondly, just as our elevations are different than the original elevation that was in, but we're a different builder, and we're trying to sell a project. And I can assure you that the prices at which, we're not, I could go one of two ways. We're not affordable housing. So I'm not passing us off as affordable housing. We are offering somewhat smaller ranch than they are having before, so we can offer it at a somewhat lower price point. But our community will be successful. We will build it out over the course of 3 years. I'm pretty convinced that we'll be done in 3 to 4 years. And the sales prices will be such that it'll be a good contributor to the township, taxes and the clientele we have, our outstanding clientele. And we're still also serving that the project, I think another good point, the project was conceived as housing for people meant to be, elderly or empty nesters. And so we are definitely serving that market, and we're doing everything for those clientele that were being done before, including offering elevators, handicap accessible, ramps if they need so in the garages. We have room because our homes aren't so wide, I can extend my garages and have rooms for ramps, a lot longer ramps. All of those aspects, grab bars, there's nothing that someone can't ask us that we won't do for them. Like if they want a walk-in tub and they want to put that in or something like that, so we will serve that same clientele that this project was originally conceived for. We're just building the homes looking different, somewhat different, and we don't need to be quite as big in order to build it. So that's the I think that's about all.
What's the price?
The first, this ranch, this is the ranch, this is 1,853. It has a starting price, including the home site, of $600,000. And that, and we take care of the financing during construction. So clients make a deposit, and then we build the home and they pay the balance on completion.
You say 1,800 square feet, right?
1,853 square feet, 1,853. This one's 1,853. This one's 2,353. And these two, because they had a bedroom and a bathroom upstairs, are somewhat larger, but they have basically the same floor plan on the first floor.
So how many units in the sub? I'll call it a sub.
There are 62 sites total. At present, the original builder built 5. Or he completed 1, 4 were under construction when he passed away. And so we pitched in
Airs
to,
or whatever it was, air housing.
yeah, so we pitched in to help finish the other 4. And so we finished 2 of the 4 and we're about to finish the other 2. And that'll complete the original ones.
So you've got some of 57 sold, but you gotta get the green light to sell the style you wanna sell?
Yeah, yes, we have 2 plans that we're ready to submit for zoning compliance, because you have to issue your zoning compliance letter before we can proceed on to Washtenaw County. And those first 2 homes, which are on sites 23 and 24, they bring forth these 2 elements that I'm mentioning. One is that the 2 homes are 9 feet 6 inches apart, as opposed to 5. They're 9 foot 6 apart. And second, one of them has a screened-in porch on it, on the rear. And so that basically sort of triggered our need to come forward. And talking to Doug, we sort of thought that, well, let's wait till we have some concrete aspects, you know, once I had the plans ready to go, then we would come forward on that.
Thank you. I want to make sure we hear from Doug.
So what we're trying to do here, when you amend a PUD, and this is a PUD, so we're trying to amend a PUD, the planning commission is supposed to make a determination at the request of the applicant, whether this is a major or minor PUD amendment. If it is determined that this is a major PUD amendment, then pretty much we stop where we're at. We hold a public hearing and we have to provide a lot more information than we provided tonight. If the planning commission determines that this is a minor amendment to the PUD, then we would make that motion that it was a minor amendment, and then the planning commission make a second motion. They would make a second motion, either approving or not the minor PUD amendment, and then that would go into township board for their review of the minor PUD amendment. So the zoning ordinance, so they haven't gone over the changes, so I won't go over those again, but the zoning ordinance talks about things that are considered a major amendment. And I'll go over what those changes are.
Hang on, 36-254?
Yes, yep. So a major amendment in the zoning ordinance is a change in the concept of development. So this project had always been viewed as a kind of a duplex unit or duplex kind of duplex-ish kind of project. I don't think that changes, particularly the fact that the applicant is putting the units within the same building envelope. So in my opinion, I don't think the concept of the development is changing. It's not as if they're going from this concept to a single family concept or a three story condo complex or something like that. So I don't think the concept has changed. So used in the character of the development, kind of same. I don't think this is really a change in character. Personally, you guys can debate this in a moment. Changing the type of dwelling unit, I think the applicant has just gone over that the type of dwelling unit is very similar, if not almost exactly the same in some cases of what was proposed before. This is really an aesthetic change on the outside of the development and the location change. Changing the number of dwelling units, no, that's not changing. Changing non-residential floor area, that's not applicable because there is no non-residential floor area. Changing the lot coverage for the entire PUD. Well, the entire PUD is all of Scio. So the minor changes that are occurring with location and square footage is really a negligible change to the floor area ratio. So I would say that's not applicable as well. Changing the character or function of any street. Streets are not changing, so that's not applicable. Change set aside in open space, that is not applicable. And changing building height, and as you can see from what the applicant is proposing, the building height looks like it's staying same as previously proposed. So what is a minor change? Well, there's only 2 things they consider minor change: a change in residential floor space, which the applicant is proposing, minor variations in layout, which do not constitute major changes. We're proposing minor variations in layout. So it would seem to us that this does not meet the criteria of a major amendment and thus does meet the criteria for a minor amendment. And the commission, of course, has to agree with that. If you do agree with that, that can be done in the form of a motion to accept it as a minor amendment, and a second motion to accept the amendment as proposed. And maybe the applicant has information on this. I would recommend that the original developers, Mark and Linda Smith, provide some comment on the proposed changes. Maybe that's already happened because there's no homeowners association yet. I know there has been some discussion and concern by a couple of the existing residents that they wanted to make sure that what was being proposed wasn't completely out of character with the units that they've already purchased. And so maybe the applicant can mention his interactions with some of the residents. But since there's no active homeowner association, I would like some input from Mark and Linda Smith on, I think they are the acting homeowner association in effect. I'd like some input from them that they are accepting of this proposal. But with that minor change, that of course could occur after the planning commission approval, that can be a condition of your approval if you want to move this along. And then we would have that. We would have that for the township board action. So that's it. I mean, the project has kind of evolved a little bit over time, even with the previous developer, Mr. Mike Concanon, who was the previous developer, who unfortunately passed away. This was first, these units were always separate, by the way. We call them duplexes, but they were never attached. They went from about a 1 foot separation with a fake wall in front to make them look like they were attached, but they were never attached, which was really an odd idea. And then Mr. Concanon requested that there be a 5 foot separation, which we approved, and that was actually presented in front of the planning commission meeting. Planning commission accepted that 5 foot separation. So now the current applicant is looking for some additional variation while not impacting the number of units, concept of the project, things like that. So that's where we're at. If I can try to answer any question about the process, I'd be happy to do that. But now pretty much the ball's in your guys' court to try to determine if this constitutes a major amendment to the PUD, which would require a new public hearing and a lot of information, or just minor variations in layout, which then is a relatively simple process that the applicant could get approval relatively quickly from you and the township board, and then get on with the project as they would like to see it move on. So that's kind of where we're at.
Questions?
Mr. Luan, when we have changes made without a public hearing, do we have notification requirements as part of the process? We don't, because we didn't. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it's a minor amendment. So we're just
But if we had,
saying if it was a major amendment,
then we
then
would notify.
What would if these were screened in porches, then what would the homeowner's ability to build a deck in the future?
Yeah, I think you can do either. I think that's
Either in this situation.
I think that's.
If they'd gone with a screen and porch, would they then not be able to do a deck in the future?
Yes.
Go out and do a side.
Because of setbacks?
I think you just one or the other. I mean, there's not room for both.
Okay.
Yeah, you would get one or the other.
I was just curious. I thought, if it was all going to be screen and porches, there might be people that wanted to grill or something.
so that, yeah, that's an option. Either, yeah,
But they can't.
it's still a choice. Yeah, but you can't do both.
We just see that whatever structure it is extended no more than 12 feet from the house.
You have to roll your grill out into your grass
Yes.
and put your meat on it.
You gotta go all electric.
So
Yeah.
are the old ones duplex? Or
We call them duplexes, but none of them are
They don't
attached.
function.
They're
as duplex.
detached.
Yeah, the duplexes get so many definitions.
Well, under the building code, they don't, but
And it's also from building standpoint, very hard to build two separate structures 5 feet apart.
Yeah, not a lot of space. I couldn't figure out how they're gonna do the 1 foot.
Yeah, I think we
Right.
called them duplexes, but even the very first iteration, they were never technically attached units.
And
So
you just have to build the firewall, the appropriate firewall based on the
So-
spacing. I think it's more.
I get we're doing this because the market, and either they were bad sales folks before, or they had a product that didn't sell, or that was such a niche product that only a few people wanted it. That old Craftsman style. I see this as a different look. I really do. I see a lot of gabling. I see these are higher, they're more gabled. That's not a Craftsman look to me, but a lot of it's the same. It's the same type of dwelling unit, the density is the same, the street's the same. I don't know. I could go either major or minor on this one.
Is the pricing still the same?
The pricing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. Our smaller units probably a little less expensive and our larger units a little more expensive, but it's fallen in that same category, the same price range is what people are. The ones that are closing now are paying, they're paying anywhere from 600 to 800,000, the ones that are currently built.
So I see this as a minor amendment, based upon the parameters that Mr. Ron just put out to us. But my question is, do we have to vote whether or not it's a minor amendment first, and then vote to say
to
we
approve the
approve
change.
these changes?
Yeah, two separate motions.
I would concur that it's a minor amendment. Yeah, I think it is you definitely, we've lost the Craftsman bungalow style. It isn't, there's Craftsman and then there's Craftsman bungalow and the big rooms and so forth. I understand that. The detailing of a Craftsman is relatively expensive. There's also a lot of maintenance involved in it. And the other thing that we've lost, and I'm just gonna say it, is these houses had big, kind of extensive front porches. And so there was a lot more interface to the street as opposed to, more of these are just your entryway, basically. So that, I think some of that concept, gets lost a little bit. I still think it's a minor amendment.
Maybe they don't wanna.
Yeah, they don't wanna talk to the neighbors.
We do offer, those sort of represent a starting spot, and we do offer people the opportunity to add on to their porches. And so like one of our buyers actually has done that, where they wanted to extend the porch and wrap it around some. It just comes with the price
And we're still offering.
rather than imposing it upon each buyer that they have to buy that.
Yeah, and we're still offering the Canon.
Yeah,
exactly
the
as it
original
stands.
plan is still part of our portfolio. So if someone wanted to buy that, they certainly could.
Exactly what's there.
So it's like 10:54. I'm gonna make a motion. Based upon the information received from the applicant and reflected in the minutes of this meeting, the planning commission finds that the Scio View Air Housing PUD is a minor amendment and shows good cause to grant the approval of the amendment. And do you want to put those two conditions that you referred to in your memo?
No, I would put those in the next motion.
Pardon me?
I'll put those in the next motion.
So.
Yeah, we have
It
to.
sounds like-
Then, yeah,
I know, but there is no other.
on the other side,
No, there is
flip it
no.
over. There are two motions, unless you didn't get both.
Are you looking at the, no, flip your, flip it over.
That one's first.
I would like a second.
So I just want to read the suggested motion. It's the determination of a major or minor amendment based upon the information received from the applicant and reflected in the minutes of this meeting. The planning commission finds that the subject amendment to the Scio View air housing PUD is a minor in nature, and making this determination, the planning commission has reviewed section 36-254 of the zoning ordinance. There are two motions. This one's the minor one. The other one is accepting the amendment.
Okay,
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because we have to do that one. Okay.
so this is major, be minor.
Motion by Moore, support by Human.
Right, and any further discussion? Okay, a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Human,
Yes.
Mr. Sharma?
Yes.
Mr. Riser?
No.
Commissioner Hyde, yes. Chairperson Culbertson?
Yes.
Did I miss it? Oh, Mr. Moore.
Yeah.
Thank you. Need a promise.
Commissioner Reiser, I was unaware you had any concerns about this being a,
I think it's major rather than minor, but I'm gonna vote for the next one because that's what this body decided. I can live with your decision. I just didn't agree with it. I'm not upset.
no, understood, I'm just, I feel like you should have at least made it
I just
clear.
think, I will talk after 11 o'clock. I just think it's a different
big enough
look,
deal.
different feel, different thing.
Okay. All right, the next amendment is, the next motion.
Were you prepared to make since you were?
I don't know that I have it.
It's weird because it's not on the back of the, it's on the back of the other motion.
Mine went all over.
Then I do have it amended.
The motion on the Knights of Columbus is
Thank
a
you.
couple pages long, and the last page of that is where the other motion is.
So this is the other motion.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't see mine. Here's the,
I guess when they.
Okay, you have that, oh, yes, that one, yeah, you're gonna make it, yeah, that would be it. And then we have a couple conditions about the Smiths, and if there's other things that we want to add on.
So based on the information received from the applicant and reflected in the minutes of this meeting, the planning commission, having found that it's a minor amendment, approves the amendment. Is that okay to do?
Yeah, because we're approving what their amendment that they presented, which includes the screen porches, the 12-foot, the ability to have the 1.5 stories, and the gradation of spacing. Because that's what was, so anything that we want to add to that from Doug's.
So that would be my motion.
Is there support?
support.
Support by Commissioner Moore. And a friendly amendment would be to add the conditions in Carlisle Wortman's review.
Dated May 21st, 2023.
First,
I will accept
23.
that as the maker.
And any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. There's probably only one place in the form. Is that it?
Just look around the table.
I didn't print off the form, sorry.
They actually
Where
both
was
say
the-
minor amendment.
Yes, but I'm looking at a different set of papers. I'm looking at the minutes and I'm trying to find them both in here.
Oh, and
Either
they may
I-
not have.
And either I wrote
They got
in,
both.
this was I wrote in here. Termination of money. So that was what I already did. and now I don't have another-
You don't have another one. We'll just say approval of amendment. Yeah.
Motion to approve amendment, PUD amendment.
And with CWA conditions. That'll work as shorthand.
So I move to take, no, I move
was,
to approve the minor amendment to the development PUD to allow the applicant to respond, or I withdraw what I just said.
With the CWA conditions,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, it was moved by Riser and support by
Kim.
Moore.
Motion to approve the
Okay,
minor amendment to the PUD. Subject to the
okay,
call out work.
roll call vote. Okay, Commissioner Human,
Yes.
Commissioner Sharma,
Yes.
Commissioner Riser.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde, yes. Commissioner Culberson.
Yes.
Yes.
And as we're looking into the future, hope you, one, build to the new energy code.
Yes.
Two, offer at least electric ready kinds of options. Okay,
We do car charger. We also have generator opportunities. We also, all electric home, low VOC, low VOC opportunities as well.
okay. Go ahead.
Move to adjourn.
We haven't finished our minutes yet.
It's 11:01.
It's a little one.
Okay, we have to do our minutes. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.
Skip
for your
our
time.
reports.
With you.
The minutes, I move to approve the minutes.
They're all in,
Yeah, I didn't find it.
all sites. Yeah.
Okay, then I have an old
Aerial.
Google Earth.
Yeah, no, the
Do
roads
you
are.
guys usually go this late?
Yes. tomorrow we work.
Okay.
No, actually,
That's what I'm-
our more common time is 10.
Around 9.
Yeah, we.
Between 9 and 10.
You guys should bring in snacks.
I can think of some other things.
You could have moved it along faster if you brought it.
I'm sure that's what one of our future residents came to support us.
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion? Did anyone have any revisions to the minutes? It's been moved and I did not see any.
Minutes are like 80 pages.
Okay, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I just want to say one thing from the ZBA report. The ZBA denied the height variance on the hotel. And remember, we did that conditional use and so forth. So in order to build what they want, they will need to come back as a PUD or change the height.
At that point, we can address a lot of our other concerns that we have.
Are you ZBA too?
No.
Move to adjourn?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Okay, moved by Riser, supported by Sharma. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 11:03.